Oh, Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in a lost son's command. With glowing hearts we see the rise of Trump in la-di-da. Alrighty, all right. I will get the camera up today because it's supposed to be a ting. It's a ting. We got a ting going on today. Okay. Lots to cover, lots to talk about, discussed. Premier, the Trudeau is he spoke today. Okay. But first thing I want to discuss quickly to you, I want to alleviate fears. I believe, and I have no proof, okay? So I kind of have to pull back on my comment. I have divined out of the Trump speech and the Trump trolling in his office last night, like everybody else in the world. We were watching Trump. And I'm going to read what I slept actually pretty good last night. I don't care what happens to me. I don't care. I'm happy. I don't know about you, but here it is. On the 47's first day, 2 speeches, 2 executive signing pressers, and I don't feel jumpy and jubilant like when the Don was 45. Like if everyone recalls, oh sorry, I gotta turn down this. If everyone recalls when he got in the first time, it was like, yeah, everyone was so happy and literally jubilant. And then the Democrat people who were staunch, the 15% staunch Democrat camp, were also like, and it was like, and then the last transition, it was the same thing. Everyone was up and up. This time, everyone is like, to the point of exhaustion, everyone's like, oh, I feel like I took a deep breath of cold, crisp mountain air and released a bloody demon on the exhale. I truly feel peace. And so do the Dems, for they had stale attacks of hand placement and that of a self-described Asperger, who said he once a week takes medicine. I don't know anything about this medicine he takes. He says he takes it to help him with, as Musk also said, that he struggles with, quote, demons of the mind. And on that side note of demons of the mind, Tucker Carlson yesterday gave up his cell phone and checked himself in to a mental institute for mental health. He just checked himself in because he obviously, he's had a rough go for the last little while. He says he's been having demons attack him in his sleep. He attacked one, and one got back. And so he's on a 9-day excursion to alleviate. Maybe longer, we'll see. But so, yeah, if the left had 1/10 of the effectiveness as Musk, I'd be impressed. But attacking the most successful businessman in the USA for the demons he is beating is an eye roll. Okay, so you're saying he's admitted, I got Asperger's. So he had a weird salute to everybody. I don't know. It wasn't. He would have been fined in that regime if he would have done that because it wasn't a proper salute. I actually had to Google it, but I think what he did it on. To be honest, I think he just did it to troll the media, because he got in the news, right? And sometimes it don't matter how you get in the news. I think that's what it is, but I obviously don't have a wire line on Musk, at least. Didn't even upset me a bit. The Oval Office presser was like a old media-savvy friend, and the media in the room couldn't hide their affection. Good luck keeping the Don down this round. He was just so calm, cool, collected as he signed, and this is how he was kind of working signing all these executive orders, and they're asking questions. They're like, "Oh, wait, hey, where's the letter?" Ducey from Fox, Peter Ducey, the dumb son, what Biden called a dumb son of a bitch, which was so funny. You dumb son of a bitch. I really set a good tone. I think Ducey, he's a really good guy to have in there because he's kind of always smiling, and that's what America needs. Good morning, Deesky. He's always kind of smiling. He's he's just, I think, the type of person you need in there right now, in this climate, right? I know what I felt. It was relief that the horrors of the government knocking at me door because I'm an asshole tweeter are past. The clouds have opened and I see my fellow people now, and they look as relieved as me. It warms the cockles of my heart to see their faces once again. It is time to let go of the hate, follow the dawn, and know that there will always be a battle before the dawn. I could go on, and on, and on, and on, and on, though tonight I feel our dawn has done his work, and for once I care not, and I will go sound off into the night of sweet sleep. And I slept pretty good last night. I woke up to a preacher man. Of course, I I had it going. A preacher man of very strong proportions. Hail Jesus! Hail Jesus! It was like, whoa! It was a very good alarm clock. The protests, for once, for and against the dawn, are collectively sharing a cup of cocoa. And America, my dear one reader, has found the love of peace this night. Sleep tight. Mudwater for me. I don't know if anyone gets those commercials, but Mudwater. I have to put up an image because I have a idea about each of the individual Trumps, but I don't know if I want to put it publicly. It's kind of public. But each individual, I think I'm going to wait on that a little bit until I see if my perception of them has been correct, and so far it has. But I'm sorry, I meant to start this out with. Here we go. La, la, la. Oh, Scotty, hello, Scotty, beam me up. Liberal NDP Gong Show, Funny Farm Muppet Show Circus. Yeah, they are. We got them on. We got lots. Okay, here. Oh, why is that not visible? Oh, not that. Da-da-da. Oh, here you are. Here you are. Nope. There we go. Okay. Oh. Okay, here we go. Thank you. Okay. This is every day. Every day I do a speech. I'm going to start with a psalm. I'm going to read off the psalm to set it right. And this is the proofreading draft of Psalm. So Psalm 1 was yesterday. Psalm 2, why rage the heathen furiously? Muse vain things people do. King of the earth do set themselves. Princes consult also, with one consent against the Lord and his anointed one. Let us asunder break their bands, their cords be from us thrown. Who sits in heaven shall laugh the Lord, will mock them then, will he. Speak to them in his ear, and wrath and vex them suddenly. I am anointed, have my king, upon my holy hill. Of Zion the established counsel declare I will. God spake to me, thou art my son. This day I thee begot. Who's thou of me, and I will give the heathen for thy lot. And of the earth thou shalt possess the uttermost coasts abroad. Thou shalt them break as potter's sherds, and crush with the iron rod. And now, ye kings, be wise, be learned, ye judges of the earth, hear. Serve ye the Lord with reverence, rejoice in him with fear. Kiss ye the Son, lest he be wroth, and ye fall in the way. With his wrath quickly burns. O blessed be this day. O blessed are all that on him stay. All right, there we go. I did it. This is my Psalm 2. Psalm 2. Okay, Trump says he's a peacemaker in one breath, and then says he's taking the Panama Canal. Yeah, well, taking the Panama Canal. He's right. Taking the Panama Canal probably won't create a war. It could just be like, the Navy going in and saying, "Hey, we own this now." I don't think he's it's going to be an administrative takeover, if anything. I don't know. But what he says is, and I will have to look at the exact details, but what he says is there's administrative control that's happening. There's administrative control that's happening in the Panama Canal. So China's going in there. Hey, this is the one thing that they kind of do. They go to smaller, poorer countries. China, that's what they've done, because this is what they're good at. They have been able to organize their folks very well, right? So what they've done is, I'm going to put on a little better figure. Oh, there you go. Ivanka. She hasn't but what they do is they go into these like third world-ish countries. I don't want to call them. Panama's not third world, but they're not super duper wealthy, and they help administrate things. They give cameras to the police. They give all kinds of things like that because of technology that they're building, right? So it's easier for them. They do this in Africa countries, and then they give loans to help maintain large infrastructure projects. It's part of what they're doing, and it's not necessarily nefarious, but it is if you're an American president. And they're like, hey, they're taking over places that should be ours. And like you said, the Panama Canal was given for $1. No economic enemy is such a strong word, but no economic country, like economic battling country, should have an opportunity to do anything, right? So that's the deal with that EO. Okay, so basically saying, hey, you don't even have an opportunity to take. We give it to you for $1. You can't let China in there in any shape, way, or form. So most likely that's what's going to happen. A lot of times, but Jagmeet Singh is going to this time. He's going to take down the government. He said it on CBC, and maybe you're right. Maybe he won't. Maybe they'll give a something. We shall see. We honestly don't know. No one knows, right? But let's look at this. Ooh, that's the wrong thing. America First. All right, this is what we're looking at today. America First trade policy, okay? This is the America First trade policy. This is one of the executive orders that he signed. This is the one pertaining to us. Okay, so America First trade policy. The Senior Counselor for Trade and Manufacturing. Section 1, background. In 2017, my administration pursued trade and economic policies that put the American economy, the American worker, and our national security first. This spurred an American revitalization marked by stable supply chains, massive economic growth, historically low inflation, and substantial increase in real wages and real median household wealth, and a path towards eliminating destructive trade deficits. My administration treated trade policy as a critical component to national security and reduced our nation's dependence on other countries to meet our key security needs. America's benefit from and deserve an American first trade policy. Therefore, I'm establishing a robust and revigorating trade policy that promotes investment and productivity, enhances our nation's industrial and technological advantages, defends our economy and national security, and, above all, benefits American workers, manufacturers, farmers, ranchers, entrepreneurs, and business. So that's part of that's where he's coming from. And see, like it or not, a very, very strong and wealthy America is really good for us, even though it may be hard for us to get in. It works that way, as America as the pinnacle, and we're all kind of focused on it. I personally think he's using Canada and Mexico to say, like, here's the tariffs, what are you going to do? And Mexico, by nature, has been very almost anti-American, though they love America. The politician's speech has been like, up yours, America, because it's helped get them votes, gringo kind of thing. There's a negative sentiment that currents through there, and it's just rhetoric mostly. But he's saying there's a lot. There's been rumors, and this is actually true, verified, that there's Chinese companies, what they're doing, they're dumping all kinds of parts in Mexico. Then they put a little stamp on it, and they put a stamp on it in. Oh, actually, I'm going to mention another part. They put a stamp on it, and then they send it, like, they do some minor detail to the part, very small, and then they ship it up to the States as a Mexican product, so it gets through the free trade. They've been doing this, and this is a fact. And actually, Doug Ford's the one who brought it up, and it's actually a thing. It's happening quite a bit. It's not like 5%, whatever. But what the point is it's happening, and the Mexican government isn't stamping it out. They're like, hey, the Mexican government, to their in their defense, they're having battles with cartels, and the cartels are winning. Remember when they captured one of the cartel members' sons, and then they started kidnapping people? They actually had to give the person up that they captured, okay? And Mexico is being all proud of, like, oh, we don't want American soldiers. Well, I think it's come to the point where they can't handle it so much when they can't even arrest people that are little legitimate arrests without kidnappings and extortion for the police and having to give back. Well, it's gone too far. You can't trade with America and have a free trade deal when you have people who aren't even nearly elected. And remember, how many people died in the last Mexican election? How many people that ran? Like, it's I'm googling it right. Oh, I'm googling it right now. It was like 50 people were killed or something. Like, it's outrageous. So if you're running, for a politician, you're running for it. You have to be connected now. Basically, that was the most. Okay, so here, list of politicians killed during the 2024 elections. Up to 60 politicians were assassinated during the pre-campaign and campaign periods in Mexico. 60 people were killed. So listen, that 2024, these people, whoever did all these assassinations, 60 people, they let them know, next time, don't run. The chances are it's gonna get worse. So that is basically the end of democracy in Mexico, because if you're not a psychopath, you won't be running. No, there won't be. There's no tariffs coming. But what he's doing, I believe, because the Mexican is like up yours attitude, and Canada, we're Canadians. Everyone here is like, yeah, okay, what do we do? What do we do, right? What do we do to stop these tariffs? We love you, America, right? And so it's giving a contrast to the Mexican president, who's basically like the last one, right? It's the continuation of flip the bird to America. We're here to extort and take money out of America. That's kind of what's been helped their rise, right? And Trump's saying no more. So Canada, what do we do? Instantly, we had a prime minister fly down there and then resign, right? And then resigns, puts billions of dollars into the border. Every province has their own individual plan. We've jumped. And we asked, is that enough jumping? And he said no. And then we jumped again. We got Smith in there. Premier Smith flying down there, like bending the knee, basically being a part of the administration in a shape, way, and form. Though, you know what I mean, it's a political savvy move on her part, just for Albertan, because Albertans love Trump so much. At least her base does, so, you know. But basically, there's a contest. Mexico so far has said, yeah, we'll do something. And whereas Canada's like, we've done something. We've billions of dollars into the border. And we, of course, have a very minor problem comparatively to Mexico. But we still put billions of dollars and lots of plans. And so what I think he's doing, he's kind of like not pivoting us against the Mexicans, but kind of. So he can say when he puts tariffs, he's going to put tariffs on Mexico, guaranteed. It'll probably not be long. It probably won't be high. I'm thinking under 5%. I'm guessing all of this, of course. This is all speculation. And then we're gonna get away because we literally have such close ties. 21 states. We are the largest importer of goods from 21 states. So 21 states of America, almost half, whatever. We're their number one buyers. We're not like Mexico. Mexico doesn't buy anything from the states; they sell. So there's a big contrast. But what he's doing is like, look, Canada's jumping. Mexico, why aren't you? So we can hit you. And he loves to make people dance with the point of a gun. He's like that, I think. I'm reading it right now. Executive orders were signed for tariffs February 1st. It's not Pixel. It's not February 1st yet, and I recognize that you work for another channel. And that was an off-the-cuff thing. Okay, so I will read the thing, and this is another. There's another chart on thing. It just shows you how big oil and gas is, and oil and gas is like number 5. Manufacturing is like triple. We make triple the money on manufacturing than we do oil. So I know the oil industry is great. We need it, but put it in perspective a little bit, okay? It's not. It's 10 years. The last 10 years has changed. No tariffs won't be done till February. It's under review, and it's not under review on February. He said that off the cuff. I'm going to read it to you people right now. It's not till April. So like he just did off the cuff because that's how he's doing his negotiations, and he's got the media on the thing. Section 2. Addressing unfair and unbalanced trade. See, we don't have unfair and unbalanced trade with the states. Ours is pretty good. We buy a lot of stuff from them. The Secretary of Commerce, and like we sell them gypsum, they sell us drywall. We sell them bitumen, they sell us gas. That's basically the unwritten rule we have with America. We sell them raw, they sell us processed, and it's not like Mexico. Mexico just sells them, everything, and they buy nothing. Very, 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 very little comparatively. So that's really what it is. But by him clumping Canada and Mexico together, it makes it sound worse, right? And we're jumping. We're good for the news. Okay. The Secretary of Commerce, in consultation with the Secretary of the Treasury and the United States Trade Representative, shall investigate the causes of our country's large and persistent annual trade deficits in goods, as well as the economic and national security implications and risks resulting from such deficits. See, look at 60 assassinations in Mexico. The cartels have literally taken over parts of it. That is what he's talking about. None of that is a problem in Canada. We don't have sections of Alberta, listen, I've worked in the oil industry too. I was dripping in oil 8 hours a day. I worked it. It's not like I'm talking out of my. Love the work. Love the double time after 8 hours. But we're not. There's no section of Alberta that's like no go zones for our government because they hate Trudeau. It's just not. He'll probably get yelled at, but that's about it. Our largest country is persistent with trade law. So risking from such deficit and recommend appropriate measures such as global supplemental tariffs or other policies to remedy such deficits. We don't have a major deficit with the states. The Secretary of Treasury, in consultation with the Secretary of Commerce and the Secretary of Homeland Security, shall investigate the feasibility of establishing and recommending the best methods for designing, building, and implementing an external revenue service. This is a big one. To collect tariffs, duties, and other foreign trade-related revenues. United States Trade Representative in consultation with the Secretary of Treasury, the Secretary of Commerce, and the Senior Counsel for Trade and Manufacturing shall undertake a review and identify any unfair trade practices by other countries and recommend appropriate actions to remedy such practices under applicable authorities, including but not limited to all of these sections of the Act. Okay, so they're all going to look at that. So it's going to keep on going down. United States Representative shall commence the public consultation process set out in the 4611B, the Title 19 United States Code with respect to United States-Mexico Agreement, USMCA, in preparation for the July 2026 review of the USMCA. That is it right there. He is way ahead of the game. What he's doing, he's starting the negotiations right now. Because he just said, last paragraph, C, Charlie, says, we're looking into it. We're going to see what's unfair. And he told them, we're going to look into it, and you better start now. Because we're going to look into it. We're going to do a serious look at it with Trump's administration, not with a friendly foreigner, it's America first look at it. So basically he signaled, it's better to start doing it now than doing it later. And then from there, we'll negotiate. Additionally, the United States Trade Representative, in consultation with the heads of other relevant executive departments and agencies, shall assess the impact of the USMCA on American workers, farmers, ranchers, service providers, and other businesses to make recommendations regarding United States participation in the agreement. United States Trade Representative shall also report to appropriate congressional committees on the operation of the USMCA and related matters consistent to 4611, Bravo, title of the United States Code. Okay, here's another example. The United States Air Force just invested billions of dollars in the Ring of Fire. Now, Ford hasn't got the only complaint I really have about Ford, personally, is that road to, he hasn't finished the road to nowhere, to the Ring of Fire. Okay, the Ring of Fire to me is like the super duper project. I think we should be building it. It connects two reserves that have no permanent roads right now. It goes up to like a mining area where there was a company a decade now under Wynn pulled out. They had billions of dollars, and they're like, you know what, we're just going to walk away. And they walked away from billions of dollars, which is very rare, because they said, hey, you're not doing what you said you were going to do. They walked. Now, since then, other companies have jumped in. This one individual, Forrester, got a super mining magnate from Australia, Forrest, is largely involved in this, and it's been really slow going. This road is just like, why can't we fucking, pardon my French, why can't we build a road in this country anymore? Why is building a road so difficult? Like, look at all the roads we built. It's very frustrating to me that we can't build a road. Hey, this is going to be a major feat of a road. It's going to be like the road of a roads, but it's still a road. And we've been talking about it for decades, a decade to build a road, like. And also there could be new communities and new openings on the side of the highway, right? You know what I mean? It doesn't need to go beyond the highway, but the infrastructure when you build a highway, usually the power and now internet goes along that highway. The infrastructure will go with it. So on the side of the road, there's little communities and homes and businesses and the growth into a new area, feeding off of the thing. The biggest problem we have right now is we can't build roads. We can't build homes fast enough. We're relying on companies to save us from it, and it just isn't working, and it's very frustrating to me. And especially when we have, like, the United States Air Force. Okay, there's my little rant. I'll look at a comment, and it's probably not happy. Oh, Pixel, thanks Trudeau, the tariffs. No. Good morning. Hope everyone was doing great. I sure am. Yesterday was a wonderful day. Yes, it was a wonderful day. Executive orders were signed for tariffs for February 1st. You sound like you are from Ontario. No, and they aren't, and I'm going to tell you again. I know we've heard this. No, tariffs won't be done until February. It's under review. Thank you. It's under review till April, and I'll highlight the points so you can all pass this on. This is right from the White House what I'm reading. I'm not reading something from it's not Reporter. This is White House. Okay. I am so glad that Danielle is keeping it real with Trump. Yeah. That. Thank you, or is that fuck you? Say so. Yes, you are correct. Yeah, it's April. It's April, and it's just review. It's not. And hey, we have to. Our politicians should be jumping, but you as a personal individual needn't jump. You don't need to jump. Oh, you're like, oh, this Pixel guy is like an Alberta. I know you're one of Pierre's guys. I'm going to continue to read it. Let's continue to read it. The Secretary of Treasury shall review and assess the policies and practices of major United States trading partners with respect of the rate of exchange between their currencies and the United States dollar pursuant to Section 4221 of Title 19 United States Code and 5305 of Title 22. Okay, so right here, this echo, this is about China. And I think Mexico was doing it a little bit, but not to the same level. It wasn't necessarily Mexico. It was outside people from Mexico. They were manipulating their dollar to make it China does it big time, huge, and it's against policies of world trading things and stuff like that. So this section is setting up anyone who's manipulating their dollar to make their products easily sold in America. We don't do that. We actually have our bailiffs, and a lot of our politicians they freak out when our dollar goes too low. It goes down, and they're like, ah. So it's the opposite. That's yet another reason why it's not coming on us. The Secretary, and that'll be tariffs on all these other countries that manipulate their dollar against international law. Okay. The Secretary of Treasury shall recommend appropriate measures to counter currency manipulation or misalignment that prevents effective balance of payments adjustments or that provides trading partners with an unfair competition advantage in international trade, and shall identify any countries that he believes should designated as a currency manipulators. Yeah. So that is huge. If you're a currency manipulator, they're going to hit you. These countries have been getting away with manipulating their currency and making big gains. The biggest news that hasn't hit the news is what Trump said yesterday about the BRICS countries. Now, I'll have to look up the BRICS countries. But, okay, correct me if I'm wrong. I'm just going off the top of my head. India is one of them. Russia is like basically the one that started it. China, of course. Brazil. I'll Google it. It's just easy as way. And okay, so Russia, who started it, India, China, South Africa, Egypt, Ethiopia, Indonesia, Iran, United Arab Emirates, okay, are all, so I'll say it again. Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa, Egypt, Ethiopia, Indonesia, and Ethiopia is having a horrible war right now that's not even hitting the news. They just chemical gassed their people. It was just, oh my gosh. Really, if you want to see something horrible, just Google that one. Iran and the United Arab Emirates. Okay, so all those countries that he said he's looking at, he's like, okay, you can do your BRICS, but the BRICS, what it is basically, instead of using the American dollar to do trade, so what has to happen right now, they're going to use their own kind of system. So what happens now is if you want to trade oil and you're, say, from Canada to sell it to France, we have to change our Canadian dollar. Okay, so France is buying our oil. France has to convert their euro now to American dollar and pay us in American dollars, and then we convert that American dollars into Canadian, and there we go. So each time it switches, America gets a little bit of money. And basically the reason for that is America is protecting the world. NATO, UN, and all this, how America gives more money than everyone else. This is part of it, right? This is how we pay for our own protection. Remember, America, all the blue ocean is protected by America. There would be pirates, and there wouldn't be as much international trade. That, like serious pirates, if we didn't have America patrolling places that aren't their coast. So the biggest news, he says, and Spain had a meeting recently, I don't know, whatever, in the summer, and they were toting the idea, playing with the idea that they were going to maybe join this BRICS group, which Spain is a part of the EU. That's kind of a thing. So Trump said off the cuff yesterday, we're going to give them 100% tariffs. So like those countries, you're like, yeah, well, 100% tariffs. If you are in BRICS, we're going to, and that'll be gone. BRICS will be crumbled. It'll be dust in the wind. Like absolutely, that is the 100% tariffs on those countries. Is it? It was crazy to see our dollar hit another 70, slithered another 70 cents. Last night, Trump mentioned the tariffs again, and it dropped. 100% tariff is a good with dealing with BRICS. That's right. So that was actually, to me, that was the biggest news that Trump did yesterday, because but it isn't hitting the news. Basically, he's going to destroy BRICS, and the way I see it is if America loses the exchange rate, it would be like losing it would be like losing a war. A big war, a very big war. This is one of the biggest. Yeah, you have to. It's not the U.S. There's the companies charge money to do the service and all that stuff, and that's to protect the world. Okay, so if you're going to use BRICS, they're done. Okay, so this actually, him destroying BRICS, is a very big deal. Because there's billions of dollars that America's losing right now. So I hope he does. I don't want to see it. And one of the beautiful things I seen last night was while Trump was speaking, Vladimir Putin was he congratulated him and said, "I want peace, peace." I think he said peace 6 times. Putin in his very short speech, and I don't think he said that because he thought Trump was going to be his friend. I think he was like, okay. Like he said, okay. Like Trump said, I'm quoting Trump. I don't know how. He said, 1 million Russian soldiers have passed in this war, 700,000 Ukrainians. Yeah, Russia has more. And like he said, he's like, that's not how you run a country. I don't think he's happy. He has he's taken 3 provinces, two states, whatever provinces, and they're losing part of their ground, and it's not going very well for Russia. Like it's grinding, just a meat grinder. It's awful, and they're destroying and flattening everything out. So they're going to take over the rubble. So it's not going good for them. I think he wants a way out, but Russia is a war culture, very much so. Like every small town is like patriotism and all that stuff. One thing I kind of envy about Russia. Being just that type of mind. I know it's toxic. I know it's not necessary, but it really unifies that town. Towns get unified because they're all, Anyway, that's part of the reason. But Russia is attacking the Ukraine, so you know what I mean. All bets are off on that. So the Russia, I think what's happening over even in Russia, Putin wants a way out, but he has to have a way out that makes him look decent. He can't look weak in that they think because of the Russian war culture they have there. It's just a war culture. So I believe that what's happening there is he's going to look for something to make him not look good, and Trump will probably help him out look decent in the end. I don't think he's going to make him. He's not going to pull him, do what he did to Biden, like kind of like literally do a speech how Putin is a yaya. I don't think I see that. I personally think because Trump wants peace, the Ukraine war is the Ukraine war is costing us a lot of money, Europe a lot of money. And it's there's no gains. There is no gain for the West. It's just we retain, right? That's it. So I personally think. Okay, so back to the trade. Did I read this one? Oh yeah, general level of reciprocal and mutually advantageous concessions with respect to free trade and partner other countries. United States Trade Representative shall identify countries with which the United States can negotiate agreements on a bilateral or sector basis to obtain export market access for American workers, farmers, ranchers, service providers, and other businesses, and shall make recommendations regarding such potential agreements. Okay, here's a good one. The Secretary of Commerce shall review policies and regulations regarding the application of anti-dumping and countervailing duty, so AD/CVD, these laws, including with regard to transnational subsidies, cost adjustment of affiliations, and zeroing. So that's what they're talking. I was talking about earlier. They ship a product to, say, Mexico. A country ships a product that doesn't have a free trade agreement with Mexico. The Mexican company takes one thing, they put a stamp on it, they do very minor details, just very, very small. They wash it as an American or a Mexican good, then it can come in without the free trade agreement. So there's a lot of that going on in Mexico. Doug Ford is the one who brought it up, and that's not happening in Canada, not very much at least. It's something that most likely it should be looked at, but it's a very minor thing because we make our own stuff, and we're not looking to if it's happening in Canada, it's like an illegal company. There, it's happening on such a large scale in Mexico that it's actually a big deal. It's like it looks like it's coming from the government because the government, as I said, literally can't control their own country. 60 So what do you think would happen if we had the last election and 60 assassinations happened? The next election, there would not be anyone who wasn't a part of whoever was doing the assassinations in the government, running for government. Never mind. Secretary of the Treasury and Secretary of Commerce, the Secretary of Homeland Security, and the Senior Counselor for Trade and Manufacturing, in consultation with the United States Trade Representative, shall assess the loss of tariff revenues and the risk from importing counterfeit products and contraband drugs. That's Asia. Asia, in particular, does a lot of counterfeiting. Anyone who's been to the Middle East doesn't have a big counterfeit because they don't manufacture anything much. Well, it's changing, but Israel is chip manufacturing. But there's not much manufacturing done in the Middle East. And actually, Egypt was going to do a deal with Germany to actually create a zone, and then that deal fell through. But since they don't put a lot of money into stopping counterfeit products. So when you go to the Middle East, you see you really have to be careful about counterfeit. First thing is the price, right? That's the first thing. Second thing is if you go to a market and some guy says you have to come to this room, and no, come to this room. I sell you here. You're like, oh God. So these things and these things you just don't do. Fentanyl, that each result, so contraband drugs, example, fentanyl, that each result from the current implementation of $800 or less duty-free de minimis exemption, under Section 1321 of Title 19 United States Code shall recommend modifications as warranted to protect both the revenue of the United States and the public health by preventing unlawful importations. So that is their contraband and counterfeit. So CNC is going to be a big part of what's happening. And like I said, it happens. Like if you go to New York and the same thing, on the street, there's a lot of that. A lot of that on the street. That's where they sell these goods. It's not happening in stores and stuff like as much, right? But they're going to really, really hammer on that because, hey, it's like if you buy a CK knockoff, well, then you didn't buy the real CK, right? The Secretary of the Treasury, in consultation with the Secretary of Commerce and the United States Trade Representative, shall investigate whether any foreign country subjects United States citizens or corporations to discriminatory extraterritorial taxes pursuant to 891 of Title 26. Okay, so that has to do with what China does. Not just China. I'm just using them because they're the largest. What happens is they're like, oh, you want to come to our country? You want to build your manufacturing? You have to give us your trade secrets. They've been doing that for decades. And companies are like, yeah, okay, well, we'll do that because we stand to make billions of dollars, and then we'll do a lot of research and try to keep ahead of you. And it's come to the point where basically they have the leadership in some areas. If you want a cheap electric vehicle, it's made in China now. We can't compete with the low price point. We have the high end, like the Teslas and stuff like the high end cars. Yeah, we got them, but not the low end price point. Which everyone who knows Chrysler, Iacocca. Iacocca came in 1979-ish. Chrysler was basically gone. It was destroyed as a company because no one was buying their product. And he saved the company by building the Granada, the K car. And so he basically built the K car. It was a cheap car that went from point A to point B. Everything about it was as cheap as possible. And it saved the company. And as soon as the company got saved, they killed the K car. Which is funny. It was one of the best-selling cars because it was just cheap and that. So that is basically how China was looking to destroy our auto industry. They were going to come in and build basically K cars, a vehicle that gets us there. For really cheap, and it would just wipe out the whole market, and they wouldn't have stopped. But this right here is direct attack against it, or not attack. It's a countermeasure. K. The United States Trade Representative, in consultation with Senior Counselor for Trade and Manufacturing, shall review the impact of all trade agreements, including the World Trade Organization Agreement on government procurement. That's a big one. That is huge. On the volume of federal procurement covered by Executive Order 13788 on April 18, 2017, Buy America and Hire American, and shall make recommendations to ensure that such agreements are being implemented in a manner that favors domestic workers, manufacturers, and not foreign nations. So other nations were allowed to go into this Buy America, Hire America, and that. Now here is Section 3, direct, bang, towards the PRC. Economic and trade relations with the People's Republic of China. Alpha. A. The United States. Here, wait, I'm going to see if there's any comments first. See if you guys got anything to say here. Reading your comments. Hello, Saxon of Riverstone. I hope you're feeling well today. Hope you're healing. Don't drink too much coffee like I have. I got chunks in that. Oh, I was dipping. Edmund Thunder, well, what do you expect when we have to pay our people proper? Hey, you should look into Edison. They made hybrid vehicle truck. Cool stuff. That's cool. I will look at Edison. Look at Zero, Zero. It's a motorcycle company. They're selling Canadian. They're Canadian Zero. Yeah, I'll look up Edison and in BC. That's cool. That's cool. I like it. I'm a fan. Hey, listen, I was a fan decades ago, okay? Decades ago, like 20 years. I'm so old. Over 20 years ago, I drove a electric vehicle. And this is like when there's like, you had, one on the road, right? One on the road in Canada. And I was one of the first to get to ride in one. And I was sold. And it had nothing to do with anything besides the fact that I was like, I turned the radio. First, I had the radio on, right, and it was normal. And then I came to a stop, and the radio stopped. Remember, this was the first model. The radio shut off. I'm like, what the frick? Because all the secondary power things would shut off when you hit a stoplight. It was ridiculous. It was a glitch in the Matrix. But so then I was like, okay, I'll just leave the radio off because it was annoying. I was in a downtown core, and so. I was like, okay, keep the radio off. It keeps shutting off, and I'm like singing, and then the radio stops because I sing along to music. It's embarrassing. So I did this, and I heard this weird sound outside. I'm like, what's that noise? What's that noise it's making? It was like, oh. And you know what it was? It was the tires. It sounded like a bike. I'm like, this sounds like a bike kind of thing. Something wrong. And it was like, when the tires going over like concrete and gravel kind of crushing, that's what it sounded like. Oh my God, I can hear the tires. It was, to me, the most wonderful experience. I'm like, I can actually hear the tires, and I can hear. I'm not literally in a vehicle that's screaming, because if you just sit in your parking there and get it up to the RPMs that you would be on the highway. And do that in your subdivision, and your neighbor's gonna be like, "What the fuck are you doing?" Like, "What? Stop that!" That's basically what we're doing. All our highways is like the highest decibel, like 100 people screaming, ah! And the biggest, to me, benefit was that we're going to quiet our nation. Now, and then downtown King Streets, you're going to be able to go. Now, no commercial vehicles. Yes, there'll be time, but you're going to be able to sit on the patio on the front again and not have the first of all the fume, dust, disgusting fuss, and it just won't be as loud. Yes, the wind sound and the gravel sound, but it won't be screaming engines, and that to me, quieting the world. And I'm a loud person, so take that, salt that one. Quieting the world in the downtown areas to me is the biggest benefit of electric. Now, there's other benefits, I guess, but to me, that was it. I'm like, that's awesome. To me, that's awesome. And that's what I found. Okay, that's why I like electric. Save the environment, all that stuff. Great. Yeah, great. I don't know. I don't know about that. So, Section 3, Economic and Trade Relations with the People's Republic of China, PRC. And they have to be made in Canada, though, or else it just doesn't work, because, at least partly made in Canada, America. The United States Trade Representatives shall review the Economic and Trade Agreement between the Government of the United States of America and the Government of the People's Republic of China to determine whether the PRC is acting in accordance with this agreement, and shall recommend appropriate actions to be taken based on the findings of this review, up to and including the imposition of tariffs and other measures needed. Okay, so he has Xi Jinping stop the fentanyl dumping. That's apparently continued as soon as Biden got in. That is one thing I believe that will be a very big part of it. And trade, and obviously the currency manipulation, that will be, they've been doing, at least that's what the money people tell me. I don't personally know, but the money economics, they're all saying that they're doing money manipulation, keeping their dollar artificially low, and dumping products. From Doug Ford said they're dumping products in other countries to not pay the tariffs that we're paying on it, and sometimes pay no tariffs at all, like in Mexico. These are big things, and there's many other things. Buying up a whole market of all the companies. It happened here with the brake parts. They buy up all these companies, and then they close them down, and so basically the only ones left is the one in China. So like the factory and it takes so long because our municipalities have been captured by foreign entities more than anyone else because they're all not very rich. And so now trying to get a permit to build a factory in your local area is a quagmire, 7 to 10, 20 years just to get the permits, so you can't build anything. So they know if you close a factory, 20 years to get that competition back. That's, and China knows this. You're not stupid. They're like, and we're the stupid ones because we got politicians with their hands out. They're like, yeah, okay, I made money. I worry about me. Fuck the country. That's been happening for so long, and none of them had repercussions yet. That's about, I believe that handout taking is the number one issue in our country, not the States, because getting the permits and that, I believe, has to do with foreign capture. If we can't build here, and we have the best building practices, and we can build faster than them, but we can't because our permits, we're locked at the permit place. If you can't get the piece of paper, which means really nothing, to say you can build, you can't build. So they're like, hey, we'll just out-compete them because we won't let them build because we got some idiot in a town of 40,000 or 100, like, Niagara Falls, we don't want manufacturing. It's a tourist area. But say like in Woodstock, or London, Ontario, we'll just pay off their mayor who's making $100,000 a year. We'll give them this and give them that property that will not on paper. I'm not saying that they have done this in Woodstock, like there's no accusation here, but I'm just using it as an example so you can see. We'll pay this guy off so he won't get a permit, so they won't build a Toyota plant there, and we'll win. That's all we got to do. That's it. They don't need to do other things, and it's so difficult to follow that. Our CSIS is completely like they can't keep up with that stuff because it's very small business transaction after business transaction that's happening, and it's basically helped them win. They've built in China they've poured more concrete in the last 30 years than we did in the last century and a half, and that's partly because we can't build here. You got to wait 7 years, 20 years to build a mine in Canada, 20 years. United States Trade Representatives shall assess the May 14th, 2024 report entitled 4-Year Review of Actions Taken in Section 301 Investigation, China's Acts, Policies, and Practices Related to Technology Transfer, Intellectual Property, and Innovation, and consider potential tariff modifications as needed under Section 2411 and Title 19 of the United States Code, particularly with respect to industrial supply chains and circumvention through third countries. That's what Doug Ford was talking about. Now, it's not just Mexico. I'm just using that because Ford mentioned it. It's many other countries are doing it, and I don't want to. And especially these BRICS countries are doing this, including an updated estimate of the costs imposed by unfair trade practices identified in such review. And he's a he, shall recommend such actions as are necessary to remediate any issues identified in connection with this process. So United States Trade Representatives shall investigate other acts, policies, and practices by the PRC that may be unreasonable or discriminatory, that may be a burden or restrict United States commerce, and shall make recommendations regarding appropriate responsive actions, including but not limited to this code. Delta. The Secretary of Commerce and the United States Trade Representative shall assess legislative proposals regarding permanent normal trade relations with the PRC and make recommendations regarding any proposed changes to such legislative process. I believe it's an economic battle, and it's a happy battle. This is good stuff. Like having an economic, I don't want to call them an enemy. It's too strong. A rival is good for us. It's good for them. It gives us incentive to work harder, to build better, and all that good stuff, right? It's a good, when we don't have that, it usually our production goes down. The Secretary of Commerce shall assess the status of United States intellectual property rights, such as patents, copyrights, trademarks, conferred upon the PRC persons, and shall make recommendations to ensure reciprocal and balanced treatment of intellectual property rights with the PRC. PRC is basically, they started corporate espionage. Anyone who knows the company called Nortel was basically the first hit job that the PRC did. They basically, not 100% them, it was part, that company was the biggest telephone company. They had tons and millions of patents of all these little devices. Well, the company got taken down. This is like open source intel. It was basically a hit job, okay? Corporate espionage. Now, we're Canada, we're a soft target. Yeah, thank you for looking at Edmund Thunder. Zero Bike does look awesome. They have a video on it, too. I don't have stocks in them. Tofu is Japanese. China, listen, man, China, they're built, no. You just look at they're building better, faster than us, and their buildings. Just do the walkthrough of Beijing isn't a great example because it's the capital, but like Shanghai or something. It's just unbelievable. 100 cities that will blow your mind are so much more. It's like walking in the future. It's blow your mind. How amazing they are. But off topic. No, what was I just thinking? I was going to say. Okay, so they're going to review all of these other policies with the property rights. So Nortel, thank you. Nortel was a hit job. So they came in, Taco Tuesday, great. So it's basically, so dude, hey. You think so? But that's over. You've tried that, the switch, but still a man. I'm a man, and the mirror's going to be looking at you. So basically, they're going to they did this hit job, and then when the company Nortel went down, they bought all the patents up. So they destroyed this company, and then they bought all of the okay. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Yeah. No, not all. They have other cities. That's fine. It's fine to say that. But these cities are like kind of 100 million people, and there's lots and lots of people on it. Your mom worked for Nortel. That's cool. Well, they bought all those. They bought up all the patents. The company was worthless. They went down, and all the patents got destroyed. Well, not destroyed, bought up, and then that created a whole industry there. So that was how they did it. That wasn't necessarily illegal practices, the buying of it, but how was that company taken down? How did they go out of business? That was which Intel people say was their first job. That's how China started becoming their spy agencies. That was where they started. It started in corporate espionage. Now they're doing it to our cities, our small cities, and some people say it's got all the way provinces. It's got to the provinces and to the level, and it's gotten into our federal. Some people say that there's 11 captured individuals of our federal government who we don't know who they are. And that's what I believe is true. I don't know. I don't have any fact on this, except I watch the news and I see there's 11. And I know that here, where's that picture? BlackBerry. Well, BlackBerry had something else to do with it. Rex. Pete Hegseth. What's this picture? Peekaboo. Oh, yeah. That's my other channel. Image. Oh, Katie Telford. No, I wonder what's happening here. No. All right. Cut it off. Oh, Lindsay. Bubbles. Trudeau dancing. I love that picture. I remember that food bill? Remember that food bill that like they did that paper and the rental bill? It's like, yeah, we'll write a paper and we'll make it better. Is everyone tired of the government? They're thinking like we can actually. Oh, here we go. The beautiful thing. I love this photo because look at the hand signal. Is that not the money? Isn't that the sign of money? He's saying money. And he's like running for government, and look at the girl to the right of him, and the girl to the left of him. I think they're girls. I don't know if they are girls, but their hand is doing. They're all doing the money shot sign. And the beautiful one is the two beside him, and they're hiding their faces because they're like, we don't. They're And then you see the ones to the left of him. They're not holding it with very much enthusiasm. They're probably been forced, and the other ones are like they're the operators that told them, yeah, do the money shot, do the money. So to me, that photo says it all. It says it all. It says money was involved with getting someone elected. Why would you have? If you're going to get elected as a politician, why would you money? Show me the money, like. He was a lawyer. Like he obviously, if you're going to go run to be a politician in Canada and you're a lawyer, it doesn't matter if you're a crappy lawyer in a small town, you're going to take a pay cut. It's like, hello, McFly. Obviously, so this picture, and then he did the bus. The buses were rented by this. There's word that some of these people were told that their family back home, because they're like international students. These are all international students, by the way. All of them were international. Well, apparently. So they said, "Hey, we're going to the money shot. We're going to do something and knock on your family's door if you don't go help this individual." So like, all you have to do is go on a bus and sign up as a member, even though you're not even a Canadian citizen, and get this individual elected. That's what they did. And then, hey, no charges, no nothing. It's like it didn't happen. Han Dong, they kicked him out of the Liberal Party, so basically everyone is fully aware, 1,000% aware that 1,000% aware that he took money. The Liberals kicked him out, and we all know what. Like Trudeau's got they have a little name for him. The internet tells me oh, that's cool. I like that. It's symbol of love and affection, and it can mean love. You give, you give you my heart. That's true. So that you know that is exactly perfect. Hey, if I am an agent, I want to do double, right? Well, he's in Canada and we're not in China, so he's doing a symbol that just so happens to have a dual meaning. So he can have plausible deniability. It's not plausible to me because he's in Canada and all those people got paid to be there. So, you know, what makes more sense? He's saying love, or he's saying from all the people who just got paid, take a photo, you're getting money, this is the money shot, right? Because that's the evidence that they were there and that they signed and they did their thing. Or else, yeah, to me, bong rips and burritos, hey, right? That's good for you. I don't know. Dude T is a troll. Thank you for trolling. I really, you know. So that's what these don't Chinese, their culture is better than ours, stronger than ours. It's got thousands of years. They've got history. If you would I go to China and go there, I know I'd fall in love with it. It's wonderful history. Look at this is my favorite thing. Look up the Yellow Emperor, the Golden Emperor, whatever. Like just the stories through that and how he loved his people and how this is wonderful history. Wonderful and fantastic, but they're meddling in our country too much, and that's where economically they killed Nortel, and I love that Nortel phone, and so that was what was happening, and I'm, like I said, this isn't economic stuff. This isn't something to an average person should even act on. Like there's nothing we can as an average person can or should do, not even protest, right? But the 11 not being named is a very big concern to me, more than anything. That's why I'm like, why are we going to do an election when you haven't even named these 11 people who the RCMP and CSIS has said they've taken things for other countries' benefit, right? Educational camps. I wish we had educational camps for our homeless. I would enter them myself. I think we should do that. Homeless people should have. I am a huge thing of that, and it's only because you're a vagrant, and a vagrant is actually against the law to be homeless. Is actually you can't just go be homeless in a park. Vagrancy laws. Now they're not that strong. I think we should up them and help these people with kind love, because most of the problems they have is the hard drug policy. Hard drug addictions. At least that's what the reports say. They're all usually people from the local area that are basically outed. So yeah, have some big, beautiful camps on that new highway to Ring of Fire, and those can be the miners, the ones that clean up, and the ones that don't. Well, that those towns will be just riddled with gangs dumping drugs on those people in those towns, and then it'll be a way to clean up our town. It's very scary to me, and I'm a man who likes to. Who likes when people attack me, okay? I don't mind it. I kind of like it. I'm like, yes, finally, thank you. But in these tents, they're concerning to me. I'm like, they get my ear up. I'm like, there's a tent in there. What's going on in there? I don't know. I'm not looking through the tarp, and I'm not, I'm not using the third eye. I'm just walking by it. So what is it like? It's just an awful thing that happens, and that's basically the line. The line. Okay, yeah. Duty. It's really gonna be. Okay. Back to life. Back to the present time. Back to life. Back to. Additional economic security matters. The Secretary of Commerce, in consultation with the Secretary of Defense and the heads of any other relevant agencies, shall conduct a full economic and security review of the United States industrial and manufacturing base to assess whether it is necessary to initiate investigations to adjust imports that threaten national security of the United States under Section 1862 of Title 19 United States Code. Dumping steel. It happened in Canada. Steel is a national medical and non-lethal. Okay, whatever. Um, Basically, steel is a national security, and in Canada too. But Russia, what happened when we allowed them? They dumped all this steel on our products, and I was using it. I got an example, and it shattered. It was like not our same quality. It was missing one part of a chemical, high sulfur content. It made it shatter when we were doing bending on it. It was we'd throw away more, but the price of it was so cheap, they were dumping it on our market. So that dumping happened, and it actually it slowed down. And then it actually in Calgary, it was building, and there was some Chinese steel, Chinese cast iron actually, and it was the same thing. It was shattering, just shattered, just didn't have the same tensile strength that our quality is. And then it got weeded out of our market. But what they were doing is just dumping it, okay, on our market, and it was so cheap that, hey, as an accountant, remember a lot of companies got entrapped by accountants. The engineers used to run the company, and we laughed at the accountants, and then we turned into economists. Our economic professors are now the gods, and these Keynesians, they know everything. Keynesians, they know everything, and they started taking over companies. So when an accountant takes over your company, basically they see dollars and cents. And when an engineer takes over a company, they see quality and see how the manufacturing process. I think you need a balance of both. But what happened is a lot of these companies, they just didn't care or know about the engineering part of it, which is the actual reason for a company to be in place. They were like, hey, look at this is 40% more. So what, we're throwing away this much. But what you can't equate as an accountant is the frustration. After a guy, he's on his third cut, he's cut this pipe, he's measured it, he's doing a snap cut on the cat. After the third one snapped, he's gonna throw his hands in the air. He's gonna walk around in a circle, and he ain't gonna work hard anymore. Production down, and he's gonna say, you know what? Up this company, you can get the income. Blah 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 blah. An engineer is fully aware of that. An engineer, usually, if they're a good one, but an accountant just doesn't even see that. So these things, reason I think why Asia is kicking our butt, they are not having accountants run things and make money. They are still having the engineers are flocking. So if you're a really good engineer, you don't, you went over there. And okay. So basically, it's copper actually. It's not aluminum. Aluminum, we're the largest manufacturer, and we can produce it like you wouldn't believe. Quebec is the largest manufacturer of aluminum, I think, in the world. It's just huge aluminum production. Aluminum is going to be everywhere, and we are already placed to be it. So I don't know what you're talking about. Not even close. Not even close. It's not that metal. It's metals that are produced outside of North America that they can build warehouses with and bounce them around. And that was a practice that was being done, and it's getting worked out. So fucking stupid comments. Don't even know. I don't even understand. And I'm an idiot, and I know this right off hand. It's not aluminum. Aluminum is beautiful. Beautiful industry. It's actually an example of trade working and Canada kicking butt. Secretary of Commerce in consultation with Defense and any other. Okay. Bravo. Assistant to the President of Economic Policy in consultation with the Secretary of Commerce, United States Trade Representative, and the Senior Counselor for Trade and Manufacturing shall review and assess the effectiveness of the exclusions, exemptions, and other import adjustment measures on steel and aluminum under Section 1862 of Title 19. United States Code in responding to threats from national security of the United States, and shall make recommendation based upon the findings of this review. Okay, so yeah, because steel is, like I was saying, they were dumping it. We've kind of worked that way out in Canada. Mexico was probably dealing with it now since we regulated a lot of that steel out of our industry, and now Mexico is probably getting it. They're probably dumping it on Mexican companies right now. Guaranteed they are. I don't bet. I can guarantee it, because this is how it goes. That's why the Canadian border has to be taken care of when they're going to deal with the Mexican border, because there's just going to be more a problem in the north after they close the south. So steel, manufacturing. Biden actually, I don't know what Trump's going to do, but Biden stopped a deal by a Japanese company, which is our huge ally. Yeah, we had a little bit of war with them, but they're our huge ally right now. Was going to buy up U.S. steel, and he blocked it. It was a really good deal, a lot of money, everyone would make money. But for national security reasons, because America, if we ever go to war, you need steel. And so if a foreign entity who isn't our friend all of a sudden decides, hey, we're gonna destroy our own company and steal, that's a no-go zone. Because if everything were to happen, if the worst is the worst, we need steel first. Okay, Secretary of State and the Secretary of Secretary of Commerce, in cooperation with the heads of other agencies with export control authorities, shall review the United States export control systems and advise on modifications in light of developments involving strategic adversaries or geopolitical rivals, as well as other relevant national security and global considerations. Specifically, the Secretary of State and the Secretary of Commerce shall assess and make recommendations regarding how to maintain, obtain, and enhance our national technological edge and how to identify and eliminate loopholes in existing export controls. I just explained all that, what I believe. And there's more to it. That's just scratching the surface, especially as those that enable the transfer of strategic goods, software, services, and technology to countries to strategic rivals. Okay, I'm going to use that word. Strategic rivals. That's what they are. China is a strategic rival. They're no enemy. They're not. You know what I mean? Like it's just economics. It's just company on company. It's happy, and I believe it's because the natural state of the Asian culture is one of peace. They are not. Thank God for that one peace that we have. Their natural state is peace. So maybe they'll have their proxies do some evil things, like Iran is about to get hit like you wouldn't believe. But they themselves are a peaceful nation. And in their wolf warrior mentality, they're trying it. They're trying to get a wolf type of person. They're hitting a lot of backlash because they have 1,000 years of culture against it, right? But they have, economically, it's different. In addition, they shall assess and make recommendations regarding export control enforcement policies and practices and enforcement mechanisms to incentivize compliance by foreign countries, including appropriate trade and national security measures. That's the Panama Canal is a part of it. If American ships are paying more than another country's ship, even if they're paying more by 30 cents, that's going to be hit. And that's what's happening. They're saying this happening. We're paying more than another country. Why is America paying? Well, because the American country can pay more. We gave it to you for $1. 40,000 Americans died building it. That's what's happened. Panama, but everyone's like, CNN did a review. Oh, these are all untrue. And that woman had a smile, or that man had a smile on his face. Oh, yeah, that's not true. That's not true. Yeah, if one American ship pays $1 more than a ship from Indonesia or CCP, that's it. That's it. Done. You can't do that. We gave it 40,000 passed and given to you for $1, and you're going to charge us anything more. This should always be under. That's just going to change, and I don't think they're going to do anything. They're going to need to do anything but administrative. I hope that New York, they give it to the administration of New York state to run the Panama Canal. I don't know. It's just something I read, and I want to repeat it. The Secretary of Commerce shall review and recommend appropriate action with respect to the rulemaking by the Office of Information and Communication Technology Services, ICTC, on connected vehicles, and shall consider whether controls on ICTS transactions should be expanded to account for additional connected products. So that I can't even go into because it's huge, and I know I'll touch on things that probably I shouldn't talk about, but that's a big one. Okay, Secretary of Treasury in consultation. We're almost done here, folks. Secretary in consultation with the Secretary of Commerce and, as appropriate, the heads of any other relevant agencies shall review Executive Order 14105 on August 9, 2023, addressing United States investment in certain national security technologies and products in countries of concern. So that's like putting a chip plant in a country of concern, strategic rival. Should be modified or rescinded and replaced. Okay, so these things, and assess whether the final rule entitled Provisions Pertaining to the U.S. Investments in Certain National Security Technologies and Products in Countries of Concern, November 15th. So, hey Google, turn off alarm. The Secretary of Treasury shall make recommendations based upon the findings of this review. I have a prayer. I got to pray. Including potential modifications to the outbound investment security program. I want to put on a thing. I want to do my prayer. The Director of the Office of Management and Budget shall assess any distorting impact of foreign government and financial contributions or subsidies on the United States federal procurement programs and propose guidance, regulation, or legislation to combat such distortion. The Secretary of Commerce and the Secretary of Homeland Security shall assess any unlawful migration and fentanyl flows from Canada, Mexico, the PRC, and any other relevant jurisdictions and recommend appropriate trade and national security measures to resolve that emergency. We have jumped very high, $1 billion, Dominic LeBlanc, and over $1 billion, which is pretty big for Canada's budget. And then every single province has made their own police detachment or plan to work on the border. I don't believe that we're the problem, but what will happen is as soon as, because they did an executive order, said that the border is a national security threat, so the military will be allowed to be used on the border. And so as soon as that closes, the people that are dumping, whoever they are, how they are, that are dumping on the southern border, they're going to use the weaker border, which will be the north. So we have to act on both at the same time. I think that's really smart. So everyone's like, well, it's not us. Well, it's going to be us as soon as you close it. It's just like anyone who does business knows this. Like, you know what I mean? Once you close one avenue, what do you think? They're just going to be like, well, that business is over. Well, we won't do that business anymore. Though we're making so much money off fentanyl and it's so easy to transfer, we'll do something else. Oh, well, no, they're going to be, like people are people. They're going to find another way or try. Section 5 reports the result of the reviews, investigations, finding, identification, and recommendations. So these are all lots of recommendations and authority granted by law to an executive department or agency or head of thereof. Functions, so this is what they're putting on it. The memorandum is not intended to and does not create any right or benefit, substantive or procedural enforcement at law or in equity by any part against the United States, its departments, agencies, or entities, its officers, employees, or agents, or any other person. Okay, so that's fine and dandy. All right. Left my isn't falling apart. Yeah, but they have a very large administration in New York that is most likely to have many other people. What about what about that chemical or that product? Then you had Luc Couturier. Then you had O'Toole come out when he was running, and he said specifically that China had stolen property from Nortel. Yeah, that's true. Okay, there was days my mom would come to go to the shipping and ask why parts are missing for the boards that we were building. Wow, see? New York is falling apart for the regular people. It's not for the wealthy. It's the people that don't use subways. It's the little people that are suffering. It's New York administratively for the business sector is doing very well. The stock market and all this stuff, that part of it is doing very, very well. That's why a lot of these elitists, they don't get it. They're like, what do you mean? What's the problem? They don't watch Fox News, which Fox News freaks out about all what happens to the little people, and I'm a little person, And so basically, you know what I mean? Like, oh, I got to put this up. But otherwise than that, yes, doing good. They need to do a mass hiring, They need to do a mass hiring for the police, right? And that's what's happened. Adams just did a. Adams did a. Sorry, I'm just trying to line this up. What's his name? Dr. Phil. Yeah, Adams did a thing with Dr. Phil interview, and Tucker Carlson checked himself in for mental health. He said he's been having demons attack him in his sleep. I'm going to Google that right now. He said scratches on him. He's been scratched in the night. And he's concerned. Tucker Swanson, McLear Carlson. I thought, hey, I'll tell you this. I thought half of his stuff was baloney on his show, but I loved his show because his hyperbolic way with that smirk, and he got people going. I thought it was hilarious. I honestly thought, it's not even in the news, folks. Not at least here. Oh, wait. Maybe I'll have to filter. Okay, here we go. 16 hours ago. Okay, I heard this through somebody. I didn't see. I didn't see. I didn't see this, so I heard this. What do they call these mental health facilities? Okay, so maybe he didn't. I may have to. No, I have to retract that statement. I don't know if he's checked himself in to a mental health facility. I heard it through a cast, and I won't pass that on. Who said it? He remained seated during the hostage in Trump's inaugural address. The Jewish insider. He was at the inauguration, but what I heard is that he after he left, like I said, okay. Well, we'll hear if that's true or not. Okay. Right now, it's not. It's not. I don't take it as true. He's fine and dandy, which is good thing, right? I don't want to see. I don't care. I know, like, you're not. What drugs do they got him on? I don't think he's on anything. I don't know. I don't know. He definitely, hey, he took a huge hit. He was on top of the world. His show was like, I considered it an entertainment show with a little bit of facts and news, but it was mostly entertainment. And I laughed, and I thought half of it was baloney, expanding on truths. But he didn't call him. He even when he was charged, he called himself an entertainer, right? So it wasn't like straight hard news. It was like, to me, in the internet age, you can get away with that because he doesn't have to tell me the whole story. All he has to do is lead me to a story, and then I can Google it myself or whatever. I can research it on the internet myself. That's the beauty of when CNN's doing fact check of the 1970, like I don't have access to information myself, is what makes this all baloney with your fact checking. It's like, wait, he just led me to something, and then I did the rest of the research myself. I seen the whole nitty gritty on it, and that's what I found him. He's entertaining. He entertained me and led me to the news that he wanted me to focus on. Great. Okay. Okay. Let's see what Jagmeet Singh has to say. Sorry, I have to find the thing. Okay. Bing. Jagmeet Singh. All right, let's hear what he has.
Let's have a quick opening and then I'll look forward to your questions. I am incredible, and he has an opening as well. Perfect. I am really, really honored to be standing with the Canadian Labour Congress. This is the voice of labor, the voice of workers in our country, and I'm really honored to be here with the executive and President Dubrasque. Um, One of the things that we are deeply worried about, and I mentioned in my speech today, is the impacts of Trump's tariffs. He's made it clear.
Okay, so yeah, I got it lined up. I'm sorry I didn't have the volume. I gotta fix some things here. Okay. Are you ready? All right. All right.
A quick
Here you
opening
go.
and then I look forward to your questions. I am incredible, and he has an opening as well. Perfect. I am really, really honored to be standing with the Canadian Labour Congress. This is the voice of labor, the voice of workers in our country, and I'm really honored to be here with the executive and President Dubrasque. One of the things that we are deeply worried about, and I mentioned in my speech today, is the impacts of Trump's tariffs. He's made it clear that he made those threats, and then he's now saying a date of February 1st. I've said from the beginning, the only thing that Trump will understand is force. We have to fight back. We have to be ready to show that bringing in tariffs that Trump has proposed, it'll hurt Canadians, but it'll also hurt Americans. These are a threat to hundreds of thousands of jobs in Canada. This could also increase the cost of living at a time when we're already struggling. We need to make sure that Americans also feel the pain. This is a bad decision because it's bad for workers. Putting in these tariffs will hurt people, will hurt families, so we have to make sure it stops before it happens. And I've also said, if we are going to go into this trade war, it's not a war that we wanted, it's not a war that we picked, but if we have to respond, we cannot let workers bear the brunt of it. So I've committed that a new Democratic government would ensure that the workers impacted will be supported, that we will use every cent of the retaliatory tariffs to go back to those workers, to support those workers that are impacted in trade-sensitive areas. Donc, on est tellement fiers d'être ici avec le mouvement syndical du Canada. On est tellement honoré d'avoir le président Dubrasque ici aujourd'hui. On a parlé des menaces de Donald Trump concernant les tarifs et comment ça menace des centaines de milliers d'emplois au Canada. Et la seule chose que Trump comprend, c'est la force. On doit montrer la force. On doit avoir des tarifs de représailles. On doit montrer qu'on est prêt de défendre les emplois au Canada. Et j'ai dit que dans ce sorte de guerre, ça va être les travailleurs qui sont impactés. On ne peut pas laisser tomber les travailleurs. Donc, mon engagement comme chef du parti, un gouvernement néo-démocrate va utiliser le revenu de ces tarifs de représailles pour défendre les travailleurs. On doit toujours être là pour les travailleurs. So with that, I'm really honored to present the president of the CLC, Dubrasque.
Thank you, Jagmeet. Listen, folks, Trump is a bully and Labor knows how to stand up to bullies. It is incredibly important that this is an all hands on deck moment. We need to safeguard jobs in Canada for the workers that are in those jobs, and we need to invest to create more jobs. We need to make sure that we have a strong social safety net so that if an issue happens within a workplace, that those workers are protected. We're going to be standing strong and calling on all parties to do the work that is needed to make sure that workers' jobs are protected.
Thanks so much, B.
Prochain, est-ce que le gouvernement, selon vous, devrait adopter une approche peut-être plus proactive et annoncer peut-être dès maintenant sa riposte?
Je pense que la seule chose que Donald Trump va comprendre, c'est la force. Donc, montrer la force, c'est important. J'ai dit qu'on peut commencer en disant qu'on va arrêter les minéraux critiques. Ce sont des minéraux que les États-Unis ont besoin d'utiliser parce qu'on est le seul pays avec des minéraux essentiels. Des minéraux essentiels on est le seul pays qui peut fournir ces minéraux, donc on peut arrêter ces minéraux tout de suite. Ça, c'est une menace qu'on peut utiliser pour arrêter les tarifs de Donald Trump. Donc, on doit montrer la force, on doit être prêt, on doit avoir un plan et on doit avoir des tarifs de représailles tout de suite.
Est-ce que le gouvernement doit présenter son plan dès maintenant, son plan de riposte?
Je pense qu'on doit montrer la force et ça veut dire qu'on doit montrer aux États-Unis et à Donald Trump qu'on est prêt de défendre nos employés, nos travailleurs ici au Canada. Et comment on peut montrer cette force, c'est de montrer qu'est-ce qu'on va faire si Donald Trump met en œuvre des tarifs, on va répondre.
Vous avez beaucoup parlé aujourd'hui d'aide aux travailleurs, mais est-ce que le gouvernement fédéral devrait aussi utiliser l'argent de tarifs pour compenser les provinces pénalisées?
J'ai dit que primordialement, ma priorité, c'est de défendre les travailleurs. Parce que c'est toujours les travailleurs qui sont laissés tomber dans des situations
Check,
où il y a une
check,
crise.
check.
On ne peut pas permettre une telle situation, de réaliser une telle situation. Ça, c'est pourquoi j'ai dit que on doit prioriser les travailleurs, on doit les défendre. Comme Guy Brusque a dit aussi, on doit garantir des appuis pour les travailleurs.
Mr. Singh, do you think that Canada is weakened right now because of the Prime Minister leaving office?
I think that the fact that the Liberals are focused on themselves instead of focused on defending Canadian jobs is a weakness or is a shortcoming. It is a problem, and I've called that out. Instead of focusing on defending Canadian jobs, they're more interested in defending their own jobs, and that is a problem. But what we need to do right now is focus on defending Canadian jobs, and to do that, we've got to show strength. We've got to stand up to a bully by showing that this decision, if he goes ahead with it, will not just hurt Canadians, it'll also hurt Americans. We have to make sure that that pain is felt, and so we have to have a strong plan of, tariffs, retaliatory tariffs. I've said in addition to that, we need to make it clear that we are going to shut off the flow of critical minerals. We are the only country that can supply critical minerals at this point. And we know that this is a particularly strong leverage point because one of the prominent figures in Trump's administration, Elon Musk, needs those critical minerals for the batteries for his car companies. So let us use everything possible to stop this trade war before it begins to protect Canadian jobs.
So do you support bringing in dollar for dollar retaliatory tariffs?
Yes, absolutely. I think there is, to be really direct about this, we do not want a trade war. This is not something that Canada wanted. We're not picking this fight, but we have to be ready for the fight. If we do nothing, this is going to severely impact our GDP. It's going to severely impact workers, most of all. Hundreds and thousands of workers could lose their jobs. So there is a deep hurt that Canada will experience if we do nothing. So we have to be ready to fight back. I know that dollar for dollar tariffs is a serious investment, but it is the only way for us to fight back, and to do nothing would be catastrophic. Oui, je pense qu'on doit avoir des tarifs de représailles équivalents de ce que les États-Unis mettent en place contre nous. Je comprends que c'est une dépense énorme, mais le coût, c'est énorme aussi. C'est catastrophique ce qui va passer si on fait rien. Parce que l'impact sur les travailleurs au Canada, les pertes des emplois au Canada, c'est catastrophique, c'est quelque chose qu'on doit éviter. Et la seule façon qu'on peut faire ça, c'est de répondre avec la force et cesser les tarifs de représailles.
One more question. Are you ready to lead the NDP and unite them in a possible upcoming election?
Absolutely. We're ready to go. We're ready to fight. I made a big call out to the folks in the room today. For folks out there, for people out there that are worried about conservative cuts, that reject Pierre Poilievre's conservative cuts, for people that feel let down by the Liberals and tell me that they are not going to give them another chance, stand with us this time. We are building a movement. We are fighting back. We are showing folks the New Democrats are on your side at a time when Pierre Poilievre is accepting the endorsement of Elon Musk, a guy who's a part of an administration that has directly threatened our country, threatened Canadian jobs. He's accepting that endorsement. Clearly, he's not someone who's going to stand up and fight for Canadians. I'm ready to fight back against Elon Musk, against Donald Trump, to defend Canadian jobs. I'm ready to fight to make sure life's more affordable. We have your back.
Monsieur Poilievre suggère de retourner au Parlement en disant, entre autres, que toutes les mesures de contre-tarif doivent être votées aux communes et que ça ne peut pas attendre le 24 mars. Est-ce que vous êtes du même avis que M. Poilievre là-dessus? Doit-on retourner en Chambre?
On a déjà dit, concernant le fait qu'on a ces menaces de Donald Trump qu'on doit être au Parlement, on a déjà dit que c'était une erreur du gouvernement libéral de proroger le gouvernement parce qu'on a besoin de mettre en place des outils pour défendre les emplois au Canada. Donc, j'ai déjà dit ça. Mais c'est important de dire que Pierre Poilievre n'est pas quelqu'un qui va défendre les Canadiens. Il a accepté l'appui de Elon Musk. Elon Musk, c'est quelqu'un qui est un parti d'une administration qui a menacé notre pays, qui a menacé les emplois au Canada. Donc, il ne peut pas défendre les Canadiens. Ils sont dans les poches des milliardaires. Il va aider les milliardaires par les classes ouvrières, par les travailleurs. Il a déjà montré ça. On est le seul parti qui s'occupe seulement des classes ouvrières, des classes moyennes, des travailleurs. Merci. Thanks so much. Any questions for me?
Monsieur Rousseau, ça fait longtemps qu'on vous a pas vu. Vous êtes rendu avec le Congrès?
Okay, that was it. Here, I'll put up a better photo. Ooh, what it means is love. It means love. It really does. Okay, so he wants. Oh, 8 out of 10 of these are being helped by food banks. That's awful. I know. We got to work. We'll work harder. Pinky? I don't know. I'm just playing around. Local artists, if you want to buy it, email me or send a message. Local artists. Okay, we got. Oh, you can write that, Dale. That comment was held, and I have open. Just so I'm letting you know, that comment from Dale Taylor was being held, and so you know where the level. And I have it set at wide open. Are these crooked or is the camera crooked? Camera. Oh yeah. You know, I like order. I like things neat. It's probably why I don't have much stuff because hey, the more stuff you got, the more you got to organize. So that was that one. That was what he had here. I'm a little quiet. I can turn it up for you. I just don't like the red line. See, my other microphone broke. I don't even know how, but it broke, so I have to use the cheapy one until I get remonetized again, or I find a job that's not connected. This is the problem. You just covering politics. It follows you outside. It has been, and they've been using literally. And the just said, I gotta shut this off. It's using the government agencies from the municipalities. And remember, if these municipalities are entrenched with foreign interference money, which there's no report been done. There's no report at all been done. If they're entrenched with foreign money and you're doing politics, all of a sudden you can get, you know what I mean? Things happen to you. Oh, really? And this is what they've been doing. And this is all. I believe it's been happening on a huge scale, and they won't even tell us. When you have 11 foreign MPs, I'm just a regular nobody. I'm a nobody. I'm a plumber. I work construction, right? So what power do I have? Well, when there's 11 MPs labeled as been taking money and they're getting pushed around, when MP Chong, who's really high up in the Conservative, he's a lawyer, he's connected in a million ways I never will be. When he is getting pushed around, what chance does someone who is an unconnected? I have no connection, I have no gang members, no affiliations to anybody except to the Lord, the only one, and he don't talk back to me saying, I don't know if that's good or bad, but he don't say anything to me, except the one above. And so, what chance do I have when they're getting hit, and then our government does nothing, and then they hide? They're literally, what really angers me about the 11 is the government is currently protecting. They're protecting people who've taken. Maybe they did it by accident. Maybe they weren't aware of what was going on. Maybe it was like, just like maybe they were innocent. But one was specifically giving information on Canadian citizens, they said, and they're protecting them. I think what they should do, because I honestly don't think anything will happen to them. But what they should do is give them a security detail to them and their family, and allow the 11 and get this in committee. But what we're going to do, this is what these politicians. This is why I'm I'm gone center now, and I don't care about going hard conservative now, because what they're going to do is they want an election. So they can just press the refresh button and be like, oh, nothing happened. We won't discuss it. They're not what you just want to hit the refresh button and say, hey, we're just going to, as if it never happened. You're not going to name who these 11 are. They're not even going to talk about it. They're going to pretend it never happened. And then what's going to happen? It's going to continue. You have to deal with these things. I think they should be dealing with it right now, but they're not. They're not going to deal with it. I believe that we have Trump is the one who's going to deal with it forward, and then hopefully we have some politicians who follow suit. And foreign interference is huge, and not of all of it. It's not all nefarious. It's not all. We do it all the time. We want to sell our company, so like I won't name a company, but a Canadian. We want to sell more Blackberries. We got a Blackberry in the hands of Obama, and he had said, "I love my Blackberry," and that was foreign interference. Maybe. I don't think so, but okay, we'll see. This is a potential. Some guy who works for the government who sees how much money we're making off of Blackberries. Back when, remember, Obama was, we were the number one. Blackberry was number one. Who's like, hey, let's help our company sell more Blackberries. How do we do that? Well, hey, you're talking to Obama. How about you give him one of these the best ones, and get him to say something about it, and we'll help him this way. And all he has to do is say that. That is foreign interference. Could be foreign interference to help our company to get in the hands, and all he had to do is tweet something that says, I love my Blackberry. That's not a big deal. Who cares? Who cares about that? Once the writ is dropped, drop the knee now. Once that goes down in elections, all bets, any interference like that has to cease and desist. All of it. Now, what happened in Romania, which one of the commenters who's no longer one of the skied said, he said basically in Romania, so what happened was there, once the needle was dropped, they continued to do the foreign interference. And that's why they had to do the re-election. That's why they're redoing what happened in the election, because they were like, there's such heavy foreign interference by they said Russia, they specifically said Russia. And Russia's so much richer than Romania that they could dump all kinds of money and it could influence after the writ was dropped. So there's like a 2.5 month period or whatever, what have you. I'll put on a less controversial picture here. So they did that, okay? And so it's not all nefarious, but without us being able to, as a Canadian citizen, decipher what politician and what party had more of it and what kind of foreign interference is, how can a city or town be aware of it? You have to lead by showing what's happening to the feds. If the feds, which have the biggest power around them, are getting manipulated, towns are getting huge manipulated, and what they're doing to the federal people will be the same as what they're doing to the smaller municipalities and provinces, of course, right? And this is it. Yeah, I hear you. I had hopes of. I'm not researching Carney, but Carney, because of his background on Brexit, and he did really good negotiations and tough negotiations on Brexit. I think he's probably going to be the USMC trade deal. He will be plucked for that. But after his campaign, like I had hopes that he wasn't going to be what he has become. He rolled a Rolls Royce, pulling up in a Rolls Royce in a gravel parking lot. I know it's kind of like, yeah, I made it. He was kind of saying, I made it. This is his hometown. But you can't pull up in a Rolls Royce in Canada and it's not to be pissed off at you. When people are like, man, I don't know if I'm going to buy 6 or 12 eggs, right? You can't pull up in a Rolls Royce. This is like rubbing our nose in it so hard is you fucking take it. You know what I mean? Like, what the hell is this? That is unbelievable to me. To me, it was just like, there's no way he can win now. And then the collection agency, signed. I was like, hey, listen, I am perpetually disappointed because I'm a perpetual optimist with politicians, and I always give them the benefit. People who prejudge, I don't agree with prejudging. You do what you want, but I don't agree with prejudging a politician. You give them everything, and then you look at everything, right? And he did that thing on on the Daily Show. It was hilarious. He did a pretty good spot, pretty good. You know, it was kind of amusing. But then he did the triple entente of Rolls Royce, the collections agency, and then his speech was like he didn't have his teleprompter working. It's like, well, your staff, they're all probably highly university educated people, and they can't get a teleprompter working for your first speech. You know, if you can't get the little things, I don't really care that you're really good at the big things. He ain't going to get elected. There's no way. There's no way. Unless he all of a sudden comes up with something else. Freeland is basically taking Pierre's, she's taken his talking points. So I honestly think that we're going to see Carney probably as a negotiator. They're going to pluck him as a negotiator. Remember that Harper was the first to put him as Bank of Canada. So he's good at that part, but the political part, his team around him, I think they made a big mistake. I don't know who they are. I have no idea, and I don't want to point the finger at individuals. But that was his opening salvo was awful. It didn't hit anything except the water, and the water isn't on fire. Janice Spencer. Is Jagmeet Singh said he wasn't going to run in the next election. I think Jagmeet Singh, I don't think he should run in the next. I think they should do what the Liberals are doing after the Liberals do an NDP leadership election for the party. But see, the NDP have a very strong, but see, he doesn't have to because the NDP, it's very weird. I find this the weirdest thing of all politics, and I don't know why. If anyone knows why, please explain. Oh, Janice Spencer, is Jagmeet Singh going to step down to leave Canadians? No, you can vote whatever. I don't think so. So there's always 20%. Ever since I've watched politics, there's 20%. I think it has to do with the unions. I don't know what it is. There's 20% of the people are always voting NDP. It's like the clock, 20% every time. I don't understand. They very rarely go below 20%. So he's got that. He's got that strong base. So with the Liberals having Mark Carney do not a very good. There's Gould, Bayless. I think Bayless is like the most business-oriented, right-leaning Liberal right now, who has not made any errors, by the way. You see, check out Bayless, Baylis. He did an interview on CBC and CTV. He's doing pretty good. Everything he's been saying, he hasn't made any errors, right? It's like in baseball, these errors are important. But since that they have the 20% base, they could win and benefit under Jagmeet Singh, benefit on the ground. Remember, people don't just vote; they vote for the local candidate. They also vote for the federal candidate. Like it's different in Canada. We don't just vote for the leader, one person. No, you're voting for your riding. Sometimes it's like, well, maybe I'm going to go with the party I don't agree with the federal person because the person that's in the riding is like outstanding, right? So sometimes that happens. So I think the NDP have a potential to really rise in seats. And remember that when you look at national polls, they don't necessarily mean what's on the ground, right? So right now what's happening, which has never really happened before, the vote splitting, and it's very small because the Liberals, but the vote splitting is more going to the Conservative and the Liberal. The NDP have a chance to actually increase seats because of this weird vote split that's happening with people who are normally voting Liberals who are just running to the Conservatives, but they're hesitant with it. They're doing this. They're doing it. I'll vote for Pierre because most Canadians don't like the conservative natural mean median mode, like how the natural conservative politician in their natural state is angry, right? They're a little bit angry, and that's how they are. And most Canadians, it's off-putting to most of east of Manitoba, right? Unless everyone's mad. And then when everyone's mad, well, then that's when we get conservatives in. When they're like, usually what happens is, and this is you can go into factual on this and that. Usually people get sick of the Liberals, angry with the Liberals, and then they vote conservative. They don't go to the conservative because of positives. That's just the way it's been running for the last 100 years, okay? Explaining the facts, you don't believe me, I don't care. Quit a bunch of jobs to be prime minister. He wants to be prime minister longer than a month. If you're talking about that, found shit at my door. I'm not going to put up a shit at my door or like putting stuff in my work site, you know. But Carney, no, Carney is cartels have gotten way too strong in Canada. He didn't say anything about law and order. What's really depressing me about the Conservative is they are not. There's a law and order party, and they're not talking law and order, and they're not going to win. You're not going to win for long if you're not going to do what your base wants, because just. I don't think so. I think this is a horrible failure on the Conservative part, that the Liberals, we all know, are not doing law and order. Like, come on, there's 11 MPs. They won't tell you. They had when they're like, oh, we'll look at foreign interference and law and order, and it's going to be my babysitter. And it's going to be someone who has literally huge billions and millions of dollars of ties to China. And then we'll do round 2 because that didn't work. And he blamed the media. And then we're going to do round 2 with another individual who's closely tied to the Liberal Party. And that didn't work. So then they had a third person who has only slight liberal leanings, definitely voted Liberal, apparently, to rumors that I've seen. So, and she's done a better job of it, right? So it's just, good morning, Lisa. It's, right, it doesn't inspire confidence. Pierre's most likely going to get in, like at 47%, 47% of it, he's going to get in. It's the question is like a lot of things. How long will he stay? Will he be in for a long time? Okay, we got Trudeau today. I know, and have fun with your commenting. Donald LeBlanc and Melanie Joly have really been stepping up with Champagne, has been stepping it up and saying, like, I'm agreeing with a lot what they're saying. I'm not saying I'm voting for them, but they've been a lot better than. Well, I've always kind of liked Donald LeBlanc, and because everyone knows I like to find holes, and this is what I kind of do. I find holes for fun, shits and giggles. And a little bit of truth, right? Because this foreign interference file is something that personally I feel affinity for. But Donald LeBlanc speaks, Dom, and it's like I can't find any holes. So first I was frustrated, then I started laughing. It's because this is like the guy's putting out fires, and you're like, now I'm not angry anymore. Damn you, and so that to me is a sign of a good politician, a good Canadian politician, right?
Bonjour tout le monde. Good morning. As Donald Trump was officially inaugurated yesterday as President of the United States, my cabinet and I have gathered here with a singular focus: upholding our long-standing friendship with the United States and protecting Canada against potential tariffs. As I've stated on numerous occasions, the Canada-US trade relationship is one of the most successful in the world. La relation entre le Canada et les États-Unis est le résultat de décennies de collaboration et ça a permis de créer des opportunités et créer de la richesse et de la prospérité pour nos deux pays. Durant le premier mandat de M. Trump, on a négocié une nouvelle entente commerciale qui nous a permis de renforcer nos relations et de créer encore plus de bons emplois. We heard the President's comments yesterday and the directive he has issued to examine the trade relationship between Canada and the United States while exploring the possibility of tariffs, but we remain confident in the facts. Canadian energy powers American manufacturing, businesses, and homes. Of America's top 5 trading partners, Canada is the only one with whom the United States runs a trade surplus in manufacturing. And Canada buys more goods made by Americans than China, Japan, and Germany combined. On top of that, President Trump said that he wants to usher in a golden age for the United States. That will require more steel and aluminum, more critical minerals, more reliable and affordable energy, more of everything to run the U.S. economy full steam ahead. Canada has all those resources, and we stand at the ready to work with the United States to create a booming and secure North American economy. The alternative for them would be more resources from Russia, China, or Venezuela. Canada is a safe, secure, and reliable partner in an uncertain world. Notre relation commerciale avec les États-Unis, c'est gagnant-gagnant. On va donc continuer d'utiliser tous les outils à notre disposition pour le démontrer. President Trump also repeated his concerns about the border. While less than 1% of fentanyl and illegal immigrants that enter the United States come from Canada, our government has already acted to address the concerns raised by the President about border security with an over $1 billion comprehensive border plan. We're already working collaboratively to keep our citizens safe on both sides of the border. Of course, if the President does choose to proceed with tariffs on Canada, Canada will respond, and everything is on the table. Working in unison with Team Canada, as Team Canada, with business leaders, organized labor, civil society, Indigenous leaders, and premiers from coast to coast to coast, we are prepared for every possible scenario. In fact, just last night, I spoke to Premier Ford in his capacity as chair of the Council of the Federation, and he reiterated his unwavering commitment on behalf of Canadian premiers to working all together. This is an important and challenging moment for Canada and for Canadians, and we know there will be many such moments. Through all of it, I want to be clear that we have Canadians' backs. Notre gouvernement va toujours être là pour défendre le Canada, nos travailleurs, nos entreprises, notre économie et notre souveraineté. We will protect our national interest while we protect the most successful economic and security relationship the world has ever seen. I and my cabinet will continue to work with leaders across the country who've stepped up to unite in defense of Canadian workers, Canadian businesses, Canadian sovereignty. And that is precisely what we will continue to focus on today during this cabinet retreat. Thank you. Merci d'être ici. With that, I'm looking forward to your questions.
All right, we'll take 20 minutes of questions. One question, one follow-up. 20 minutes de questions, une question à suivi. Merci.
Good morning, Prime Minister. Laura Osmond with The Logic. How do you interpret the conflicting timelines that the Trump administration provided yesterday, targeting a study by April 1st, but talking about imposing tariffs by February?
Donald Trump is, as always, a skilled negotiator and will do what he can to keep his negotiating partners a little bit off balance. We are confident in the facts on the ground. We know that if the United States is going to see an increase in jobs and manufacturing and economic growth, they're going to require more energy, more inputs, everything from lumber and concrete to steel and aluminum to critical minerals that are the essential ingredients in the economy of the future. And Canada has all that in an extraordinarily reliable and close partner. We have lots we can do together. We will be there to emphasize that we should be doing more together. If there are tariffs, we are ready to respond and defend the Canadian interest, but we will continue to remain steady in these times of uncertainty. Monsieur Trump est un négociateur habile qui sait que de garder ses partenaires de négociation un peu déséquilibrés, ça peut être payant. Mais nous allons rester ancrés dans les faits que si l'économie américaine va rentrer dans une période de prospérité et d'activité accrue et de croissance, ils vont avoir besoin de plus d'énergie, plus d'acier, plus d'aluminium, plus de minerais critiques. Et le Canada représente le meilleur partenaire, le plus proche, le plus fiable que les États-Unis ont dans le monde entier. Nous allons être là pour travailler avec eux, pour créer de la prospérité en Amérique du Nord. Mais oui, s'il y a des tarifs injustes, on va répondre de façon robuste et on va être là pour soutenir les Canadiens et protéger nos intérêts.
Donald Trump could continue to dangle these threats over Canada for many months, and even that will have an impact on investment here in Canada. How do you guard against that in the meantime?
We have and will continue to demonstrate that Canada is a reliable and strong partner and a great place to invest. Canadian workers are world-class. Canadian resources are needed in Canada and around the world. Canadian ingenuity and innovation is a key part of building a global economy of the future. We know there are lots of people continuing to be interested in being part of the Canadian economy's tremendous success.
Bonjour, M. Trudeau. Laurence Martin de Radio-Canada. Vous avez présenté aux Américains un plan pour la frontière d'1,3 milliard. Malgré tout, on a l'impression d'être un peu de retour à la case départ. Est-ce que le plan a été mal compris? Est-ce qu'il est connu des Américains? Qu'est-ce qui ne fonctionne pas?
Au contraire, on a vu qu'avec la déclaration d'urgence sur la frontière au sud des États-Unis, ils n'ont pas l'air de considérer qu'il y a eu une urgence sur la frontière nord. Oui, il y a des enjeux sur lesquels nous allons travailler, mais quand on parle de moins de 1% du fentanyl qui arrive aux États-Unis arrivant du Canada, ou moins d'1% des migrants qui arrivent aux États-Unis qui arrivent du Canada, c'est certain qu'on devrait pouvoir dire 0% et on va travailler là-dessus. Mais ça ne représente pas une urgence. La collaboration qu'on a déjà vue avec les membres de l'administration entrant est très positive, mais on va continuer de rester à l'affût et au travail là-dessus.
Oui, parce que M. Trump en a quand même parlé hier dans sa déclaration. Puis on a l'impression qu'on loue des hélicoptères, qu'on achète des drones, puis que M. Trump rit de nous un peu. Est-ce que l'enjeu, c'est même la frontière au moment où on se parle?
La frontière reste un enjeu pour les Américains et pour les Canadiens. Quand on parle d'armes illégales ou de drogues illégales qui rentrent au Canada par les États-Unis, quand on parle de la possibilité de migrants irréguliers d'une direction ou l'autre, ça fait des mois et même des années qu'on renforce nos effectifs aux frontières. On continue de faire ça, pas seulement parce que c'est dans l'intérêt des Américains, mais surtout parce que c'est dans l'intérêt aussi des Canadiens d'avoir des frontières sécurisées et bien protégées. Border issues are an issue for Americans, but also for Canadians. We know that whether it's illegal guns or a range of illegal drugs flowing northwards across that border, whether it's migration or potential migration going in either ways in irregular fashions across our border, it is in the interest of Canadians as well as Americans that we continue to step up on reinforcing our border measures and the integrity and the control that we have. That's why we have been investing in protecting our borders over the past number of months and years, and why this $1 billion package is, yes, about the American incoming administration, but it's also about Canadians being safe in a more uncertain world.
Prime Minister Ryan Hamilton, Toronto Star. You said earlier that everything is on the table. I assume that includes fully matching the 25% tariffs the Trump administration is proposing. How quickly do you think the Canadian government could ramp that up? And if you do have to take that measure, isn't it Canadian consumers who will feel the brunt of that?
First of all, as I said, everything is on the table, and I support the principle of dollar-for-dollar matching tariffs. It's something that we are absolutely going to be looking at if that is how they move forward. The bottom line, as you say, is that import tariffs, like the 25% that President Trump is proposing, are actually paid or would be paid by American consumers. And if and when Canada needs to respond with equivalent tariffs on imports from the United States, those would be paid by Canadian consumers. That's why we will look, as we have in the past, at things that have replacements for Canadian consumers that wouldn't be tariffed. The example from last time was Heinz's ketchup being replaced by French's ketchup, because French's was still using Canadian tomatoes in its ketchup. Having Canadian consumers have alternatives to having to spend tariffs on American inputs is part of how we make sure that we don't bear, or Canadians don't bear, undue costs around tariffs. At the same time, there will be costs for Canadians if we move forward on tariffs to the United States, and that's why we will be there to support and compensate Canadians and Canadian businesses depending on the response we have. The principle is that we will be there to support Canadians, and Canadians will be there to support each other during any difficult times of tariffs.
Just finish chewing here. The prorogation. Okay. I'm gonna have to explain something to people here. Diane LaRouche. And if you're trying to make money off of the making another combo, yeah, all the power to you. But what Parliament does, it studies. We'll start with committees, the smallest. They study things that are going on. And what I've been finding, a lot of the juicy details, like the 11 that were captured, them not studying it, to me, I'm like, well, what is your purpose? If you're not going to study that there's 11 people that have potential, that are potentially foreign agents, okay, working for another country, out of 300, you have 11. So that's in the percentage. It's into, you're looking at 3%. If you're not going to study that, conservatives didn't push for that or anything, what are you studying? They're studying like, I'm not, what women in the military, how their effects are. This is what they were studying. It's like, oh my God. And then they're studying effects of an environment on, this was the big study. Another one was, we're going to worry about coastlines. That's a rich person's problem. Rich people problem. We're worried about because who owns the coastline? It ain't the poor. It ain't the average worker. This is what the committees had been descended to. I don't know why they got there or how they got. There were some good things that were going on, but majority of it was like, okay. Number two, since the beginning of this, the whole last Parliament session, all it was the Conservatives basically asking for, demanding for all of these other, these things. There was nothing. The Parliament, what they do. So those committees were doing, I thought, not much. There was there were some things. I don't want to. It's not all. Some of it was good. I'm not going to go. But to me, the biggest thing that should be most important too, inflation, inflation, home prices, and the foreign interference, because they're all connected. They weren't being studied. Not one of those things was on the committee. See all these committees, the three most important factors in every single Canadian's life, even if they're wealthy, the grandparents are like worried about their grandkids, they weren't studying them. So what's your purpose? I don't see a great purpose. And then what they were worried about day in, day out, day in, day out was about tying up the government. So what does Parliament do? Parliament passes bills. Okay, there were some bad bills that I'm glad that they were tying it up. There was like another law against speech that they were trying to feed through. That's canceled now since prorogation. So prorogation was a good thing because all those bills, all those committees, investigations, they dropped the bucket. They dropped the needle. They're all gone. So those bills and all that stuff, they have to reintroduce them. And they were going to create another committee to investigate yayas like me. And this committee would be able to impose fines. Self-appointed pardon my French, self-appointed bureaucrats would be able to put fines, would be able to look at my algorithm without me even them being able to call up YouTube and say, hey, watch this guy and watch that guy or girl, whatever. Like, and without real evidence and without telling me. That's communism at its finest, okay? And so prorogation canceled all that. The Conservatives bound up Parliament so no laws could go through. So I'm happy that they did that. But nothing was happening. That's all Parliament does. It passes it does other kind of things, but the majority is it passes new laws, and the laws, the only thing that they can deal with are the laws brought forward by the government. Pierre can't bring forward a law. They can ask for it, but they never get through. Private members bill, they call them. Private member bills, so opposition parties that throw them forward, they never pass. Very rarely do they pass, unless they're very perfectly well written, so every party can get them. Okay, so like grain of salt here, folks. Parliament is good for opposition. It would help create the thing, but Parliament is not the negotiations. Donald LeBlanc and Melanie Joly, they're doing their real job, which isn't in Parliament. Their real job is not in Parliament. Parliament is basically getting the voice of the people, the opposition, a chance to attack the government. Because we know this from the monarchy, on the monarchy days, an average citizen, which we're getting a stronger voice because of X, because of YouTube and all these things, but still, if you speak against the government can smash you down. Like, all of a sudden you get demonetized for reasons that are against YouTube policies. I didn't break any YouTube policies, and many other people. You're just being effective, and you're pissing off the government, and they knock you off. So what the Parliament does, it gives the voters a chance to have someone in power who the government can't smash down. The government, no matter how much they hate Pierre, will never be able to tone his voice down. Foreign interference has destroyed some of our MPs' voices. MP Chong, who's very high up and very well respected in legal circles, was having that attacks. And the government wasn't dealing with that. The committees weren't questioning it. Prorogation is basically the Parliament can't go up there, and it's eliminated the opposition's voice. And that, I agree, is not a good thing. However, Pierre, luckily, happily, has such a huge following. He has a voice. The NDP are siding a lot with them. So the prorogation of the government, to me, is not that big. It's a bit long. It's way too long. It should have only been a month. I really don't think it should have been that long. I concur with that. It's just too long. But the saying, sorry, Diane, and I'm not like, you know what I mean? I love your saying. I'm so happy you commented, and you initiated this conversation. So the idea that there's nothing going on and the government's all seized up. No, they're not, because Pierre actually has no power. The only power he really has is the power to investigate. And in my opinion, and this is where I kind of fell away with them, since, like, you know, I'm not like, if the voting, I'll check the Conservative box, but I believe in pressing the buttons. When you see a glaring red button, I press it. And this glaring red button was foreign interference, and they decided it's too big of an issue. It's not going to help us politically. We're not going to deal with it. We're not going to discuss it. We're going to put it to MP Chong is an outstanding individual, but he's not as great as getting his message out there as Pierre. Pierre needed to be the one heading it, and he didn't. And his number one job is to fight for the law and order. And he had, I believe that they dropped it for political purposes, and it's like, well, I don't see the prorogation as that, except for the longness of it. And that's my opinion. He's still going to win. His numbers have gone up. He's going to win an election. The idea that it's most likely, they're probably going to, I think even Jag, we're not going to see an election until it was going to be held anyway, which is in only a few months. But Parliament is not putting any new laws forward. Does anyone really care? Does anyone want the Liberals to propose and pass any new laws? No, 47% of Canadians are voting Conservative, so no one wants new laws. Secondary, on that part, they're still investigating the foreign interference. I think a lot's going on behind the scenes, and it's not in front of us. And I think, personally, I think that's why I think the Conservatives out, because they're like, this issue is so big, we can't just muddy-fuddly it with expressions and tokenism. Possibly that's the only out he has for me. But if you're not dealing with this stuff and you're not outing who these people are, why is there a government? We need to have this fully investigated forward. But the government is still working. Once they get back in, we'll see if they get voted down. And remember, Jagmeet Singh, NDP, he's not treasonous that he's leaning liberal, because Trudeau's policies are very much, they're basically NDP policies. And that's why I'm not in line with liberals at all right now, because they're so lefty policies that are just ridiculous. So, okay, so that's my what's this K? I believe he meant if it gets trashed after court. Okay, wait, what's this? No, the prorogation is done. Prorogation destroyed all bills. It's like a new government. Unless I could be wrong. I could be wrong that they could come back. I believe that it means that they're all done. I thought it meant prorogation means that all committees have to cease, and they can come back, but they have to go back to the first reading. Do they not? No, it could be wrong. We'll see. First year primary will be a honeymoon. No, I don't think he's. Bo, I agree with you that he will have a honeymoon stage. But in the media climate we have, it used to be a long time, but Pierre is such in the media, and we're all watching politics so much. The timelines will be shrunk. At 3 months, his honeymoon period, that's it. In my opinion, and your opinion is more than mine. Second year will show his true colors. Don't trust him. Been watching him for years. PP will have a honeymoon stage. Second year will show his true colors. I personally am really disappointed that they didn't. The foreign interference file is the way that they would have taken the government down 100%. I think that would have taken them down, and they should have. Hey, if they had members that were, checking it. Okay, so you guys have been doing a lot of great commenting. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So under Diane, so Dave Miaisa, the French's Ketchup. They bailed out Canadian workers when Heinz bailed. French's Ketchup, I like French's Ketchup because it's made in Canada. I'm a supporter of it. And they saved a town. They saved a very small town. I'm a national. I like our country to the point of a fault. If it's more expensive, it's less of a deal. I care not. I have less money. I don't have much money at all right now. McLovin. I don't know. Okay. So McLovin, okay. He's a regular citizen again. Trudeau will never be a regular citizen. He's a billionaire. Apparently, he's a billionaire. He's not a regular citizen. Never will be. He'll be a former prime minister that'll be honorable. He'll have security detail for the rest of his life because he was prime minister. And I don't need to respect the politician to give them respect, because I have to respect the other voters in Canada, deluded if I think they are. They voted for the Yaya. I believe that I need to give those voters a respect, not necessarily the person, so I make fun of them. Mr. Squeaker. Everyone laughed. Everyone had a really good kick out of that Mr. I'll make fun of them, but in the end, if I were to cross them on the path, they get my honorable and respect. That's video life, internet life is not real life, and make that connection, people. I think that's a good thing. Like a lot of people, I think that's why we have problems about it. They don't understand that there's a disconnect between internet joking and then when you actually see someone in person, you yell at them and throw stones up. Like, come on. Voters voted for them. You're throwing that stone at the politician who is a representative of citizens of the country. And you're throwing a stone at every citizen. And that's, to me, you're not a nationalist if you don't like your country enough if that's the case, right? And that's my opinion, okay? That's just my opinion. It means nothing. It means nothing. I thought the coast was already supposed to be underwater. Yeah. If prorogation stops due to court action, bills come back. I don't think so. I think you're incorrect on that, Dale. I think they only will come back. They have to go back to the first reading. They have to reintroduce them. Like proroguing of government is a similar thing. I may be wrong, but I'm pretty sure I read it right. Yeah, it's like an end of parliament, and then there'll be a new parliament. So they have to reintroduce the bills, first reading, second reading, third reading, and then it has to go to the Senate. So and it all got stopped. They can make it go fast, but 47% of the population right now, according to polls, is on Pierre's side. The government is not going to be able to get anything through because if they pass any laws, there's too many people yelling at the government, and I think polls are not very effective on politicians until they get to huge numbers like this. There's more people who support the Conservative Party than the Greens, the NDP, and the Liberals combined. So there you go. My opinion means nothing. Dale, you need to look at the language. Expedite isn't stopping it, just makes it do quicker than 3 months, from what I understand. Yeah, it's just not. They can shut down speakers, but they still have to go through all the readings, and that takes months. Government doesn't move fast, and the Parliament, what you see in Parliament is not what these ministers are doing. They're like Don LeBlanc can spend billions of dollars right now. All he wants on national security issues, the border issue. He doesn't need Parliament for approval. He's already a minister. He's already the finance minister. Foreign Minister Melanie Joly, who's giving the sidelong glance. She's giving the sneaky glance. Where I paused it, and still has all the power to do her bills. Parliament isn't Parliament just new laws, new things. That's what that's why they call them law makers. And I don't want the Liberals making any new laws. Personally, I think we've had enough of them making laws for one cycle. Okay. Pierre isn't our guy, says Miesel. Agreed there. So Edmund Thunder is not on him either. Neither is Max. Max Bernier. Well, Max, I'm not going to go into that because he just has no power. So I'm not going to go into. I thought he was just too far for the. I personally thought he created too much hate, and this country is an immigrant country, a land of immigrants. The only people who can say up yours is our Native American population, which is about 5%, because they were the first. Our first. Okay, Bo. Oh, that's what you are. I heard it was illegal. Oh, the pierogi. Don't you mess with pierogi. Don't you mess with Pataha. Pataha is that wicked company. It's like so cheap. You can almost live off of them. They're so cheap. They will come back if prorogue is the illegal. It's not an illegal prorogation. The prorogation went to the Governor General, and the Governor General, who because we're a constitutional monarchy, she said yeah, prorogue, and she has the power to prorogue government. It's legal. There's nothing. The Governor General said yeah. Remember, Stephen Harper used a prorogation. Trudeau may be a moron, but the people around him aren't. Okay. So Harper, when he did, under Ignatieff, I'm going to give you a little history, the way I remember it, which isn't really fact, but Ignatieff, who was like the wise owl they brought from Harvard and they plopped him in without a vote, by the way, into the Liberal Party leader, he said, we will vote against every single thing that the Conservatives bring forward, Harper brings forward, we're going to vote against it, even before they saw what was going to be brought forward. They said, we're going to vote against it. He joined party with the NDP and the Bloc, and they said, we're going to take the government down. And he said it before he actually enacted it. So Harper, over Christmas, did the master move. Harper was like the master of ruling with very limited power, limited vote power, I mean. And so he ran around, figured it out, ran to the Governor General and prorogued government before they had an opportunity to take the government down. And what did he do? He changed policies and maneuvered them. So it was a coalition between the NDP, the Liberals, maybe the Green, and the Bloc. And so that time of prorogation, what he did, he destroyed their coalition because it's really weak. The Bloc Québécois is more so, yes, separatist, but really in essence they're conservative. That's a conservative party. The NDP is if you were to keep going in their direction, our communism, but Canadian version of it. It's not real. It's not like, but they're more collectivism, unions, and the Liberals bounce in between. They're supposed to be center, but they seem to be now left. So this coalition of the right, center, and left, it didn't hold. He broke it apart because he was a master politician. And so, and how he broke it apart, we won't get into that detail. But that's what he did. And I think what Trudeau was trying to do is trying to do the exact same thing as he did. Now, this coalition, there is no coalition right now. Pierre, PP, Pierre has 47% on his party alone. He doesn't have much support in Quebec. The Bloc has been rising in Quebec. But, like I said, under Yves Blanchette, I begrudgingly like the Bloc Québécois because of all the policies he's brought forward. Don't just affect Québécois, they affect the rest of the nation. He's done very good at that. And not talking about separation. So I'm like, begrudgingly find myself doing this when he speaks. Respect for someone, because I'm very much in Quebec is my part of my country, Canada. In my, hey, the votes matter, but to me as a person, individual, I don't want to see Quebec culture. It makes our fabric awesome. Socialism, yeah. Thank you. It is NDP socialist, and there's nothing wrong with that. Everyone loves her. Well, we like the fact that people are not getting kicked out the door because they have no medical, right? The medical for everybody, right? Which would happen. So is that justification for Trudeau to prorogue during a time we need someone actually in power? No, we don't need someone in power because we have them in power. Parliament is only making new laws. Unless we have to make a new law, he can unprorogue government and put it in. What's his name can spend $100 billion. Our finance minister, Dominic LeBlanc, can spend $100 billion. He doesn't need the approval of Parliament. Only needs approval of Parliament. Say if he were to make foreign interference legal in Canada, if they were to make that law, they would have to unprorogue government, and they can't. I think it is a long time. I think the reason why they did this so long of a prorogation is because the minions behind him are fully aware that they cannot destroy the 47% of population that supports, not destroy, dissolve a little bit of the 47% support on the Conservative Party easily. So I think what they're trying to do is take his voice away, his parliamentary voice, which Pierre has a very strong voice in Parliament, like the clips, right? Every day he's coming out with good clips because he's such a Pierre. The best thing, Paulver's thing is his rhetoric. He is this excellent. He does it a little cheek in it, so he doesn't do it so mean that gets off-putting to some Canadians who don't like it. But it's hard enough that the Albertan type, are like, yeah, it's great. It's great for politics. But they think it's going to take him that long to dial his rhetoric. But they have such a war chest, they can get Pierre out all the time. But look at the last month, we haven't seen the Conservatives on YouTube as much. It's dialing back. So I think that was the intention, is to dial it back. No, parts of socialism is okay. Listen, we're not America. Our socialist system, part of our socialist system is our medical system. In the States, it's more of a thing. Okay, so this isn't you're probably an American, you don't understand. When you go to the doctor in Canada, you don't get rejected because of your income, right? You're not like, you're gone. Well, at least that's not what's happening. So sections of Canada have socialist aspects, federal aspects. Do we want 100% socialism? No. We like the capitalism. But pieces of Canada, and you find people who say they want to destroy our Canadian medical system. I don't think there's anybody who's on board with it. Maybe all of us complain about it. If there's a person who doesn't complain about it, they work for it. But it's a piece, and that was brought in by an NDP Liberal government. So this is. I'm sorry, Dave, you're picking stuff out of it. You're not understanding our country enough to really think. You don't look at America and think you can place American arguments on Canada. It doesn't work unless you're just talking to people who don't understand. Pieces of it. Do we want to have the bureaucratic nightmare of what what's been happening? No, obviously not. 47% of the population. Anyway, I'm not going to argue with you about that. I think it's okay is capitalism backing that doesn't try to crush and keep its own people, and not just anyone, anytime. Socialism can crush it, yeah, but we're a capitalist society, and that's what we want. But certain aspects of like putting people out because they're homeless and starving on the street, that's awful. We don't want that. I think if we build a pipeline, we need local people managing the land without take advantage of the trail and pick wild food, explore and manage. Yeah, wild edibles has a thing. Okay, that's okay. You can have your opinion. You don't agree with our medical industry. Okay, that's fine. And that is a part of it. So I have nothing to say. No argument. I've said my point. You've said your point. You don't believe that our medical industry should be paid first, and if you don't have money, then you don't get medical treatment. That's how it is in the States. It was. It's actually changed. If you haven't realized this, remember, if you have more billionaires, you have less poor people on the bottom, right? There's going to be a gap. The gap is widening from the rich and the poor. So you have to have certain things, or you should. A responsible society has certain things. Do I agree with what the liberals have been doing in the last few years? These socialists, no, I think it's unbelievably awful. I think you got in through that. But saying, you know what I mean? Saying this is, and I'm not, you're equating socialism with communism, and that's like a bridge too far, my fine furry friend. I'm not. Communism is awful. Communism is well, they knock at your door because you did a tweet, and we all know I'm good at, Obamacare. Yeah, Obamacare. Trump wanted to get rid of Obamacare. Why didn't he get rid of it? Why didn't he get rid of Obamacare? Because he looked at the polls and he couldn't. He said, I'm not going to break it, I'm going to fix it. And that's what he's most likely going to do. Fix it, because there's all kinds of mess with it. But he didn't get rid of it. That's social. That's a social program. Okay? Obamacare was a social program, and Trump didn't get rid of it. So why? Because people accept a certain amount. And hey, anyway, that's enough. That's enough. You're talking American talking points in Canada, and they just, I'm sorry. If we had jobs in abundance, if we had a country like in the 1950s where there was more jobs than we had people, 1,000% behind you. If like, you know what I mean, like, and you're not getting picked on, and I have to take the certain job with the cartel just to get a job, because hey, they'll destroy you otherwise. Yeah, but what isn't the case? There's actually a certain percentage who won't, no matter how much you look, you're not going to find work. Anyway, Dave trolling. Thank you for trolling. You find it conservative that I get rid of it. Now let's see what Trudeau has to say.
Les tarifs coûtent cher aux consommateurs du pays qui impose ces tarifs-là. Si Donald Trump impose des tarifs sur les biens qui viennent du Canada, c'est les Américains qui vont payer plus. Et quand nous répondrons à ces tarifs-là, ça pourrait être les Canadiens. Ce serait les Canadiens qui payent plus pour des achats qu'ils font des États-Unis. C'est pour ça qu'on va choisir les items sur lesquels on va mettre des tarifs pour que les Canadiens aient d'autres alternatives. Mais aussi, c'est pour ça qu'on va être là pour aider, pour compenser, pour appuyer les Canadiens et les entreprises canadiennes qui sont affectées par ces tarifs potentiels. Mais comme j'ai dit depuis le début, notre but, c'est d'éviter qu'on ait des tarifs de toute façon pour ensuite pouvoir continuer nos relations extrêmement positives économiques avec les États-Unis.
Sir, I'm also wondering, how can your government manage a situation where your closest ally and trading partner says at 9 a.m. that tariffs will come maybe after a study in 3 months, and at 9 p.m. says they're coming in a week? How do you manage that unpredictability?
We've been here before. During President Trump's first term in office, he announced challenges to our trading relationship that we were able to work through. We negotiated a new Canada, U.S., Mexico trade deal that has resulted in tremendous growth and prosperity for all three countries. It was a true win-win-win, and I note that the incoming administration highlighted that was a successful win for them that they negotiated in their first term. We will stay steady. We will stay steady on focusing on defending both Canadian interests, but also on defending the economic relationship between Canada and the U.S. itself. We know that a win-win or a win-win-win is not just possible, it is desirable. And our focus is remaining calm, remaining strong, and responding as necessary to actions by the United States.
Hi, Prime Minister. Tom Perry, CBC. I know we've been here before, you've been here before, but do you think it's more challenging this time around? I'm wondering if you think there's a difference between the second Trump administration and the first one.
I think what we've seen, particularly with the number of executive orders and announcements made on the first day, that they have been focused on moving forward rapidly on creating benefits for the American economy in the extreme short term. That is something that we are prepared to help with and contribute to. If the American economy is going to need more energy, more inputs for its manufacturing, more security in its partnerships, Canada is there to provide that. We know that there is always going to be a certain amount of unpredictability and rhetoric coming out from this administration. Our focus is on the substance of things, where Canada and the U.S. do well when we do things together. Je pense qu'on a déjà vu que cette fois-ci, l'administration Trump va bouger plus rapidement. A émis beaucoup plus de mesures dès la première journée que ce qu'ils ont fait en 2017. Mais nous sommes là pour être un partenaire fiable et responsable avec les États-Unis. On peut faire de grandes choses ensemble rapidement, et on est là pour le faire.
And Prime Minister, just wondered if I could ask you, have you requested a conversation with Donald Trump? Is anything scheduled, or is there any kind of official interaction between your government and the U.S. to figure out what's actually going on tariffs?
We had a number of ministers down there for the inauguration day yesterday, continued to engage with all counterparts. I speak regularly with President Trump, and will continue to, as in regards to next formal interactions. We'll stay tuned.
Hi, Mr. Trudeau. Mackenzie Gray with Global News. We've seen some from the premiers that they think it's somewhat inevitable that tariffs are coming in. So after the first day of Mr. Trump's administration, do you think that there's any possible way that Canada can avoid these 25% tariffs?
Our focus is on avoiding tariffs. We know that if the American economy is going to face see the boom that Donald Trump is predicting, they're going to need more energy, they're going to need more steel and aluminum, more critical minerals, more of the things that Canada sells to the United States every single day. And we are there to be constructive, positive partners. So our entire focus is on avoiding the imposition of tariffs on Canada. If they do move forward with tariffs, our response will be robust and rapid and measured, but very strong. The goal will be to get those tariffs off as quickly as possible. And in order to do that, everything is on the table. If we do move forward with that, we will be there to support Canadian businesses, Canadian industry. It'll be something that all Canadians will pull together on, and we will make sure that no one industry or part of the country is carrying a larger share of the burden of trying to get these tariffs removed than any other region or industry.
Yesterday, Ms. Jolie said it was all about the border and we did the job on the border. If that's the case, then why is there still a situation where tariffs are even being considered by the U.S.?
That's a question for the American administration.
Prime Minister Brian Platt with Bloomberg. Donald Trump had promised to put in tariffs.
I think that comment is kind of funny. I think she does like Trudeau a lot. And do you think she's smoking cannabis? Do you think there was a cannabis cough?
On day one of his presidency, in the lead up, he used a lot of aggressive rhetoric about economic force. What actually got put onto paper is a much more private Bloomberg.
Ms. Jolie said it was all about the border, and we did the job on the border. If that's the case, then why is there still a situation where tariffs are even being considered by the U.S.?
That's a question for the American administration.
Hey, I got to find anything to make a laugh. Anything to make a laugh. And I think I see a tear. And it's a perfect time. I know unfair pausing is fun to do. Unfair pausing. She's about to cry. No, don't even say that word. There are no Ravens here. Baltimore. This is the symbol. Okay, folks. Symbol of the day. This is the symbol of Jesus Christ. She doesn't have that, but unfair pausing is always good. Dominic LeBlanc, right here, who's working very closely with the American counterparts. Look at his face. He is about to say, don't you freaking screw up my negotiation. He's not very impressed with Trudeau right there. Whereas Foreign Affairs Minister Melanie Jolie can barely handle her containment of, she had to cough. Oh my God. What did you say? You know what I mean? I'm making things up that are in their head that obviously I am unaware of it. But the babysitter? Okay, I don't know. She's definitely she had a little cough or whatever. It's no big deal. But if you pause it like that, when they ask about, they're like, well, why are these things? They're doing an investigation on it to see if Canada is doing unfair. Of course, no worries, and we jumped when we were asked to. Right? It's a negotiating tactic. I honestly believe what was in Trudeau's speech is what you should hear, not what he said off of the cuff to media to keep things going, right? But no one can get in Trump's head. He's absorbing a lot of information. Everyone's saying the same thing. He's absorbing a lot of information. He's asking questions. He's engaging with these people, but he's not giving his opinion on what he's going to do to any of these people. So they're all doing meetings. Trump is getting meeting. Well, I think the meetings are done. Now he's meeting with heads of state. But he was doing all of his meetings with anyone, all kinds of people, and he was engaging, and what he was doing, I believe, was learning, and he didn't give anyone his opinion. Everyone kind of walked out with like, I don't know, he heard me. He was very empathetic on the question, but I don't know where he's going to go. Everyone's saying the same. Everyone is kind of like, but I don't know where he's going to go with the information I gave him. He seemed to accept it very happily and very, he didn't fight back with the information I was providing to him, but he also didn't say what he was going to do. So everyone's kind of like walking on. Government investigating the government. Yeah. Oh no, the government is investigating. What is? Oh, the Trudeau's. But what is happening is the government. This executive order, which I read earlier, they're investigating what other countries are doing. If they're doing any unfair trade practices, if they're doing, like I read it out, there's unfair trade practices, all kinds of things like that. Dumping steel and aluminum into America when it's a national thing. And Canada and U.S. have a special bind. What needs to happen, in my opinion, are steel and aluminum manufacturing in Canada needs to have a special note, and that we're combined, that allows under war measure. We haven't declared war since the Koreans, right? Or the Americans haven't. So under a declaration of war, it has to allow that our steel and aluminum production, now it's more important, can be not taken over, but can have their production sold exclusively to the states under a War Measures Act. That is what needs to happen, because we're very closely tied in our aluminum manufacturing that's built in Quebec, especially Alcan and all these other companies. They to build them in the States, it just doesn't make sense, and no one's going to invest in it. And America's not going to, as a government, isn't going to invest in it. So we have to have a closer tie, because does anyone think that if America goes to war, Canada won't? Like real war, like Iraq wasn't a war. It was a war, but they didn't call a declaration of war. It was just a war, right? Americans defending. So do we have to do all this stuff? Connect our certain industries with the states so we don't get hit with tariff? Yeah, I think that's it. We have to. If things happen, if you see what's going on in the world, these things need to be tied. Does our dollar need to be eliminated to theirs? That accountants and economists should debate that. But when it comes to national security, I believe that I have looked at it enough that we just need to tie our industries to American War Measures Act. That's all we have to do. It's very simple, very simply done, and nothing will most likely happen unless there's a state of war declared, like a big deal. And then at that point, that's how we protect our industries. Because steel and aluminum manufacturing, we just don't need as much. As our manufacturing slowed down, so did also these industries. Okay, that's what I have to say about that.
Prime Minister Brian Claver, Bloomberg. Donald Trump had promised to put in tariffs on day one of his presidency. In the lead up, he used a lot of aggressive rhetoric about economic force. What actually got put onto paper is a much more legalistic, gradual process of study. When you see what's put onto paper as opposed to his rhetoric, are you personally encouraged or relieved by what actually got put down in an executive order?
As I said, we are confident on the facts on the ground. Canada provides many of the necessary inputs that the American economy is going to need in order to grow and boom economically, whether it's energy, whether it's critical minerals, whether it's fertilizer, whether it's uranium. These are things that Canada provides from nearby, affordably, securely, reliably, particularly when alternatives are more of the same things from China or Russia or Venezuela or elsewhere around the world. We are confident that the facts bear out that this is a win-win relationship. We look forward to working with the American administration to demonstrate that not only do we do things well now, we should be doing more together to strengthen North America's competitiveness, to create true win-wins across the border, and to continue to compete successfully with the world.
Prime Minister Mike Lucas with CTV News. You talked about how many of your ministers behind you made those trips to the U.S. How frustrated are you personally that despite all of those efforts, we're still here?
We've been here before, Mike. The first Trump presidency represented moments of uncertainty and threats of instability that we were able to work through constructively, responsibly, for the benefit of workers, businesses, and growth on both sides of the border. We will continue to take seriously the proposals put forward by the President and his administration, but we will also continue to remain steady and strong in advocating not just for Canadian interests, but for this incredibly successful trading relationship that benefits both American workers and Canadian workers.
This is the thing. This is the problem with people.
problem I'm having with people is, if you believe in one way, remember, if you believe it this way, then you can also, the other way will go. I don't think the prorogue, I don't really know why he said proroguing of government was happening. I don't know what the exact reasons he gave the Governor General, and I haven't looked at it. I don't really care. I do know that he brought it to the Governor General, who is independent, and accepted it. Accepted it for too long, debating and arguing the fact that it was so long of a prorogation. We're all in agreement. But struck down like never before, like, cancels it out. There's people we put into power to do these things, to shut down the government, to do this, and you don't need to like their, or even a little bit, their decisions. You don't need to like their decisions. But I believe you respect it. And going and protesting is allowed. I'm totally cool. You guys are going to go protest it, I think. I personally believe that doesn't make sense. You're saying you don't like the way our government is structured. Well, basically you're saying tear it all down. And I'm like, well, this makes no sense to me. Because Harper used this tool. And I'll tell you, when I seen the Bloc Québécois at the time, the Bloc Québécois leader at the time stated he wanted to destroy, well, not destroy, he wanted to remove Quebec out of our country. And Ignatieff, in his high and mighty, snooty tooty Harvard education system, and remember, everyone knows about Ignatieff. As soon as he was like not elected, he left the country. And he went to go to Hungary University, and Viktor Orban had to fight him in Hungary. And Viktor Orban, thank the Lord, won over him and that university that were trying to do international shit, because Hungary is a centrist country. When they were going to bring all those immigrants in, they needed Hungary, and a lot of the immigrants were being stopped when Viktor Orban was like, "That's it, we're building a wall." No immigrants were going through. No one wanted to stay in Hungary. They were trying to go to Germany and Britain and France, but he blocked them, and it was very important. And Ignatieff, the liberal, who was going to literally join in with a party that says they want to break apart Canada. And I'm like, wait a second. The guy of the leader is going to break apart Canada, and you're going to do an amalgamation with them? So he didn't state that was why he prorogued government, but that was damn good reason. And he ended up breaking up their weak coalition anyway. So you can't have it one way. You can't have it, let's destroy the government because I don't agree with the decision. I think that they should not have, it should have only been 1 month, pending the liberal leadership, whatever, 1 month, that's it. The 3 months is too long. I believe it is too long. Hungary is, what do you mean by based? Hungary is looking pretty damn good. Like, I don't know what you mean by based. I'm gonna have to Google it here. What does that mean? Slang? Is that slang? Please elaborate. There's about a minute. Someone who is authentic, true to themselves, and unapologetically. Oh, yeah. Okay, so if that's what you mean, slang based is often used to describe someone who is authentic, true to themselves, and unapologetically unique. Yeah, they are. You go to, like, Hungary right now is like, their home, like, comparatively, their home prices haven't skyrocketed. Their crime is like the lowest it's ever been. It's disgustingly low, because the internet age, it actually puts people into, instead of going angry and going to a bar and fighting, they're just angry typing. They're venting away. It's actually been proven that that's the case. And really, if you have an open speech country, who cares? You're just typing, I hate Viktor Orban, or I like this guy, I hate this guy. You know what I mean? That's just, then you're venting. They're not physically in the streets. And it's, crime is way down, employment is up. It's actually looking, if that's what you mean by, I thought it meant the opposite. It's looking really good. It's actually a place that I'm like, oh my gosh, like, if I were to emigrate, Argentina's looking pretty good. I don't know. I just like the country as a land, but I never really looked at it much. But Hungary as a place is like, it's looking pretty good. If we continue down this horrible road of like $1 million to $2 million homes, there's no, you know what I mean? I got no more faith. There's nothing in this country for me. I don't want a $2 million mortgage. on a small, you know what I mean? It's just ridiculous. It's stupid politicians for even thinking that this is an okay policy, because hey, basically we're gonna lose all of our manufacturing, and then we're all gonna put all of our money into housing. So we have all these people with money. If you have money, you can make money on the housing industry. That's basically what it is. It gave those with already money just more. And now the people that are constructor, like a carpenter, can't get the loan to go build the home. They're like, no, we'll give it to the lawyer who's got money in the bank to build a home. He won't lift a hammer. We won't do any of it. He'll just make money, but we won't give it the loan, because incentivizing the banks, just the banks are looking at numbers and size. They won't give it to the carpenter who will build the house himself. Like which my father did years ago. He just didn't have money, borrowed money because that was the way it was. Cheap money, high interest. High interest is a good thing for the poor. Yeah. And not, no one, you're going to be like, what? That's wrong. No, it's better for the poor, because the banks are going to look at it and are going to be like, well, you're riskier. You don't have the money in your bank. So we can't just, if you don't pay us, we can't just take your assets and then, sell your assets and this and that. What? But we'll make more money off of you. So they'll loan to poor, I mean, they'll loan to more average people when interest is high. That's just the fact. That's what happened in the 80s with the big boom. But when interests go low, they go to people with assets. So people with assets and people with money gain when the interest is low more, unless you have government incentive. You have to you can't force, banks are individual companies. You can't tell them start loaning to, like, they're like, fuck you, we're a business, we're here to make money. They're not here for a social net, whatever they do. So they have to have incentives, carrots, I believe. You give bank carrots to help give loans to small builders, and like a couple that's going to build 1 or 2 homes in their lifetime. It'll be their big nest egg. That's what needs to be done. The government has not done that. They've only been helping those with assets. So the lawyer's building a street. The lawyer builds another investment house, another investment vehicle. That's what we've been pushing, and that's the reason why it's become more of a problem. It's because the gap is increasing in housing. Can't buy a house in this country unless in the Niagara region, like $1 million for a freaking home that was built in the 50s that was sold for under $5,000. It's because the policies of the Liberals, and I honestly, right now, the Conservatives have a better plan, but the plan won't fix it. Their plan is not big enough. The plan has to be so huge to fix it, and I honestly don't see the Conservatives' plan right now, as they don't have a policy out. He's just speaking rhetorically. He doesn't actually have something on paper, so I can't really go at his policy yet because he doesn't have it out there. But the plan that I've heard verbally, it won't fix the problem. It'll just continue it. The homes, they can't afford. What needs to happen is the building materials, you have to make sure the building material costs come down. So a government, it's become such a big problem. You have to work on that, not for export, not to help our softwood lumber exporters. No, but internally in Canada, they have to incentivize and bring down taxes. No taxing on anything of these certain industries. You have to incentivize the permitting, which is Pierre is totally right on. Permits taking 7 years, but you also have to have the people that aren't only investors. Sometimes, like the people who want to live in that home, they need to be able to get the loans. That's it. So you're not giving 20. Right now, it's like 30% of a home. Right now, this is what Pierre said. I'm just following what he said. 20 to 30% of the home cost is going to government fees, and then 20 to 30% is going to the builder. So how do you bring home prices down for someone who's like, I want a home, but they live in a trailer. I've seen this before. They live in a trailer while they build their home. You're not going to get those loans right now because the banks are like, you don't have enough money in your bank for us to give it to them. And I understand that. That makes sense. So this is my whole huge complaint. And no one right now is talking about how are they going to fix it. That's actually going to fix it. Making it better is not fixing a problem. The crime in America and Canada is uncontrolled. There are a lot of factors, but the main reason is, I don't know. I really don't know. I believe what's happened, to be honest. My opinion, I don't agree with you there. I don't agree with you at all, sir. I think what's happened is broken windows. The internet has created many people who can do. They can destroy your company. Like mine, what happened? I can get destroyed by people in the comments, and they do certain things to destroy your company, and that is what's called broken windows. It's not a big deal. It's nothing. It's not a big deal. They're like, well, I didn't really do anything wrong, but just so happens that the person can't make an income because we'll destroy them, and then we'll be able to hack them. And the CSIS, RCMP, they've all said internet crime has gone rampant. So what has happened is these companies, these people, a rich person can sit back and hire minions like, to be drug-addled people to go destroy someone's company. And the government doesn't have the tools, the wherewithal, or even the wanton to fix these problems. So what is going to happen? It's going to explode. And international people can give up. I was getting hit, copyright hits from a company outside of Canada saying that my music, my voice was theirs. They were trying to copyright my voice. I'm like, wait a second, I fought and I won every single one, but it doesn't matter. Every time I fight, it hurts my algorithm. Every time there's a hit on my channel, it was hurting my algorithm. Now, I think YouTube has gotten better at it. They're fighting it before. You can't just hit somebody and then the automatopoeia will continue. I think it's getting better, but we're not there. So how did Giuliani stop the M's, the capital M? In the 80s, the capital M, that was happening in New York City was just unprecedented, way higher than it is now, way higher than it was ever, right? It was just, they called it the crack epidemic, whatever. But really what it was the police stopped enforcing what they called broken windows. So one guy break in a guy's restaurant, then it was restaurants and stuff like that, your business that way. You just break their window and the police wouldn't deal with it. Right? So what that happens is that escalates everybody. That business owner's like, oh yeah? You're going to break my window? The police aren't going to take care of it? I'm going to vigilante it. And then the M's went way up. When Giuliani got in, he said broken windows, okay? So if you do anything, you break a business's window, we're going to use the full force of the law to go after you. Because we know it's not the yaya on crack. He just gave him a little baggie and he did someone else's bidding. Once you go after that, the bigger players go on. This is what's really happening. And when you have a police that pulls back, all of a sudden, what happened when Giuliani got in and they started dealing with it, the M's went way down, because it's the things you see is a glimpse of what's really happening. And then we always know this: wealthy people use the poor to screw themselves, right? You use poor to screw themselves. That's what the police are, right? They're there to handle the minions. They're not there to handle the rich. And to keep us safe. We need them, but that's kind of the essence. Criminals do the same thing, except it's in reverse. So once you have a police force that'll deal with that goes, wait a second, your internet company is getting destroyed by these other guys? Oh, we'll look into it and we'll hit them. And they'll just stop. And then everything escalates down. This has been proven, and Giuliani proved it. The police, not Giuliani, but the New York police boss, they proved it in the 80s, because it didn't just go down by a little bit. It was like 300% down, and then it went down again. When they deal with the small things, the big things happen. We know the immigration waves happened a hell of a lot more than the 70s. We had the biggest immigrant 60s. We had huge immigration waves after World War II, and then we had a huge immigration wave after World War I. These are that's the big waves. Canada is an immigrant country. There's 70% of Canadians, if they go back 2 generations, are not from this country. 5% of the population is Native American, Indigenous, just 5%. So that means 95% is not from here. So these immigration things, I really don't have any sympathy for those arguments, to be honest. Not in this country. Maybe Germany or whatever, where I don't know. I don't care. Not there. Not here. Immigration, this is an immigrant country. And if you're not an immigrant, well then you're an indigenous. Anyway, if not mistaken, tell me if I'm wrong, please. But from what I've seen and been told from real estate, they say, yeah, okay, Le Couturier, it's not Chinese, but we have an investor class in Canada, and they say up to 20% of homes Now we can't decipher. I haven't seen the data. I think they're trying to muddy that water. But what I can tell you, up to 20% 20% of all markets in Canada, and everywhere in Canada, up to, are investment. So people who own 2 or 3 homes. So that is the data I can give you that I know is, you know what I mean, that they put out there. Whether it's foreign owned or not, they can hide who owns it through investment vehicles. But 20% of our market in Canada is investment properties, which it's a good thing, and it's affecting our market because the problem is what happened. Okay, the problem is we've had steadily increase. If you look at the last 120 years, home prices have always gone up. It's the most surest investment in history is Canadian home prices. It's guaranteed to go up so far. We've never had a downtick longer than a few years. So 20% of the market owned by investment people is, okay, if you're an investor, you only want one thing with that home. You don't care about anything except the housing going up. Unless you're a Chinese citizen, CCP specifically, PRC citizen, and or other country where it's like touch and go, you know, potential World War, you know, then they're investing here as an out. If things go bad in my country, say I'm in Sri Lanka, okay, or just say Sri Lanka, who had WEF basically took over and it destroyed the whole country. They made all of their agriculture go organic, and then they went like skyrocketed. They were an exporting tea country. Now good luck. Can't get anything from Sri Lanka now. Their teas, and they had the best tea in the world. And so they they took over. So if I'm a wealthy individual in Sri Lanka who doesn't have income tax really, I'll buy a home in Canada, because if it goes really bad, if it goes, for lack of a better term, south in our country, well then I'm going to leave and I'm going to go to Canada. If the world breaks out what happened in the 40s, 39 or whatever, well then I'll fly to Canada, and then it's like chances of Canada having hit the fan is very small. So that, I think, is one of the best things about our country. I think we should not stop investment. And 20% of our market having investment is great. But the one thing is, for those foreign investment, internal investment, I think we should help help Canadians who are investing, and even Americans that are investing in our to make money in our housing. What we need to do is help them divest in the housing and invest into other parts like building manufacturing plants and stuff like that. Get them into that. But it has to happen slowly, or else we'll have a market crash. And we don't want our grandparents losing money on their home. The only way to get away from this, I believe, is to build, build, build. You need to build our way out of the problem. But if you build like crazy, what happened in the 80s, home prices can dip. So it has to be almost this is my opinion here, has to be a secondary part of the like secondary. There's a regular housing industry, but we need to have a first-time home buyers, so condos is first-time home buyers, and small single-family home, or townhouses. Townhouses work. Homes that, and communities that people want to buy. They're like, oh, I have my first home. This is awesome. But after a year or 3, they're like, I want to move out of here because these people, I want to move up to a better neighborhood. So that's what I mean. That's how you can do. You have to have a secondary industry so it doesn't destroy the home prices of the other ones, to help people get into the market, because $1 million to enter in the market in the Niagara region is ridiculous. Basically, it's just silly. It's basically people are just like, I'm not going to rent. So it's creating the problem of mutual funds buying up homes and renting them out to people more and more and more. It's just going to destroy our whole, which eventually will erode everyone as a personal person. We'll all become serfs. We'll all become serfs when you're renting your home, right? So, and it's growing. So we have to have a secondary industry. I know I'm talking really fast because I'm trying to get a lot of information to you. But we have to have a secondary industry of building, so people can get into the first step of the market, because right now the first 2 steps have been eliminated. You're $1 billion for a piece of shit wartime built home that was government money, and it's $1 million, and it's ridiculous. It's just the value. There isn't no value. Shouldn't be. But to destroy that, we're going to lose a lot of people who invested their life savings and saved and scrounged to get that. So it has to be a new anyway, I'm repeating it. Okay, I don't want any of your racist comments on here, Dave. You can fuck off with that racist talk. You hear me? Fuck you. I don't want your racist shit here. You fuck off. Like seriously. It's a land of immigrants, and you're going to be like disparaging certain people. I can put up with a lot, but that's one thing that won't happen on this channel ever. You talk like that crap. You can go to another channel. Go to the he's on here. I don't want your racist crap on here.
And can do even more together.
You had mentioned earlier that you're going to continue to try and make the case that Canada is the right place to invest. Businesses prefer certainty. They look south and they say, well, we know what we're going to get down there. So how do you convince businesses that Canada is still the place to be?
Me through a fake name on a keyboard.
I would suggest that part of Donald Trump's approach does bring in uncertainty, whether he's going to move forward on tariffs on their closing trading partners or not. I think businesses look for, and investors look for reliability and predictability, yes. And Canada has demonstrated both through a successful negotiation of the USMCA in the first term, and through continued deepening of trade ties and prosperity across our border, that Canada remains a strong and stable place to invest, because we will always be a robust and successful partner to the U.S. economy.
This will be the last question. Dernière question, s'il vous plaît.
Guillaume Saint-Pierre, Journal de Montréal. Bonjour, M. Trudeau. Ça semble clair que les tarifs, c'est des arbres de négociation, on le voit avec la frontière. Mais il y a d'autres choses que les Américains pourraient vouloir négocier, entre autres les taxes sur les services en ligne, taxes Netflix, ce genre de choses-là. Est-ce que vous êtes prêt à négocier sur ce point-là, donner du lest, ou d'autres points, et quels pourraient être ces autres éléments de négociation?
Évidemment, je ne veux pas négocier sur la place publique. Il y a tellement de choses que nous faisons ensemble en tant que Canadiens et Américains qui créent de la prospérité. C'est une relation réellement gagnant-gagnant. Mais comme vous dites, c'est une relation qui a énormément de différents aspects et de facettes. Et on va toujours être là pour travailler de façon constructive avec nos partenaires américains, tout en défendant l'intérêt canadien, les valeurs canadiennes, la souveraineté canadienne, l'art et la culture canadienne. On sait à quel point c'est important de défendre nos intérêts, tout en cherchant à bien travailler avec nos partenaires américains.
This concludes today's press conference.
Merci tout le monde. Merci.
My own comment got deleted. Go drink a beer. I don't drink. I don't really drink that much. And drinking a beer in a parking lot, what's wrong with that? That's good for you. Good for you. So let's see. We got a couple other files here. I really just don't have time for your trolling, really. There you go. Let's see. There's another file up here. There you go. She expelled India. That was a big argument that basically went, it's done now. But trolls that are like talking, I'm not really, who wants racists? I really, Okay, here's a good one. That's a good one to leave up. They're all morons. Thanks for coming out there, Dave. But calling me weak, you have a fake name. you got a fake name. You're calling me weak. You don't have a channel. Put your channel up. I'll go on yours and I'll destroy you on your channel. No, I won't, because I got better things to do. I don't bother. But you're the type of person who guaranteed you work with another channel, you're friends with another channel, coming on here to throw crap on mine. And I'm not swayed. I'm sorry. I'm not swayed by anything in the comments because I really don't care. I don't know who you are. I'm only swayed by good arguments. And so this attempt of like, what do they call it? Community capture, they call it. Community or I think community capture or what is it called? Because that's a community in the chat. A audience capture. It just doesn't gonna happen. It's happened to a lot of stations. They like what's happening in the comments and all that stuff. And then all of a sudden they start leaning towards what's happening in comments. Or, oh, if I do this type of video, I get lots of views. Well, that to me. That's how foreign interference can work, and it's worked on a lot of people. Because hey, when you're starting a new channel and stuff like that, you look at the views. You're like, well, that one worked. I'll just do more. Well, what's been happening, and we know this isn't happening, they have bot machines. Now we're getting better. We're not we. I mean, the AI is getting stronger. Or instead of using people, they're using AI. Is getting stronger at deciphering what's a bot and what's not. So it's been weakened, these bot farms, because our AI is so much smarter than the bot farms. It's actually having an effect. In America, but not obviously 100%. It's not people most of the time. It's just bots. Okay, sure, it's your real name. I believe that. It's just not actually a last name. I actually Googled it. It's not actually a real name. It's a bird. Oh, maybe it is the last name. Are you a photographer? Steven? Steven! Oh, he's 70 though. It ain't him. I really don't care. I really don't care. Don't even care. I thank you. I don't need to anyway. Thunder, yay! My crowd wants me to mukbang. Time to go hard. Well, that's what's happened. It's captured, and so I don't believe it. But when you have Yaya's talking racist stuff, I actually should eliminate your comment, but I'm not because I'm just not. I'm not going to start doing cancel culture because I don't agree with you. But I won't allow you to put. I don't care about you. You're a loser to me. You're a guy who's on a comment. We're gonna go find you. That's doxing, and that's like the problem of society. That's the last time I'm gonna comment to you. You can continue. Follow the people, and they will lead you off. That's right. You know, don't allow some anonymous person to do things. And this happened to a lot. And I'm not going to mention the Canadian. There was a couple, like a few, that got this happened to them, right? And they went off. And we're in a like 10 years ago, these things didn't matter. But right now, I hope Trump makes peace in the world. But right now, the world is like, we have foreign entities that are actively working for their foreign things, and it has to do with brass. Like it leads to what's happening, like bullets down range. So this is a different time. You know, everyone has to be more careful on who's influencing us and what we're saying than we ever have before. This is the beautiful thing. This is where we're going to see a huge jump on negative ads on channels that aren't connected, because Trump is about to. I think he did. I'm not sure. I'm going to have to look it up. But he labeled the cartels as a foreign entity. Protecting the United States from foreign terrorists and other national security, public safety threats. Okay, this is the big one. Okay, I'm going to put it up for you. So what's going to happen is all these cartels, gangs and cartels have been hit. I don't know. I didn't read this yet, so you people are reading it with me as I put it up. Okay. Ooh. You don't need to see my things. Okay. Oh, it's my hand. I was like, geez, my shirt. Button it up here. Okay. Look at this guy. He's like 600 comment. Look at it. So what's happening is going to happen. And this is people I'm expecting. I expected to be having 10 times more trolling. It's actually surprising that because they're about to be hit. Now, once an executive order goes through, like there's two, okay? So the national security threat with the border means this is a big fucking deal. Because see, what happens is right now, like what's happening in Colombia, they have the DEA, which is like police. Yeah, they're big police, da da da, and the FBI and police forces. They're fighting these cartels, and they got some heavy weapons. They have helicopters and stuff like that, but the military is not involved on paper. Okay, so if it is, it's very limited, right? You know, Delta Force and all these like, you know, the Majestic 12 types. They're involved in what's happening in the drug wars, right, and overseas. But once he signed the border, the first of all the border, which America there's a beautifully named sound thing, the border. You're not allowed to have American troops in America act and do anything, but he signed the executive order, so now they're going to be allowed to do on the border. I'd say it's a security threat, so that doesn't mean only the borders or where they're at. There's other people that are helping these convoys come up. I don't know what else to call them. I think they were called these tranches of people. Well, there's American citizens that are facilitating these mass immigration pushes, right? There's 2,000 people right now and one that's coming up. So the people that are facilitating it are all across America. Well, now, according to this executive, the way that I read it, now the intelligence agencies, the real intelligence agencies of America, now can be working in America on Americans because this is a national security threat declared by a thing. Now I could be wrong on the extent of it, on how much they can, but this is huge. Basically, it's like 0.23% power or 0.2% power. The FBI, you know what I mean, with intelligence services are working, you know, the NSA is also can work in America, but that's who's dealing with it right now. Well, after this executive order signed, the military teeth, which is the 98% of intelligence power, of real power. And then we got Pete Hegseth running it, who's like warrior class. We want ministers, I don't know if you said this, we want ministers praying for, we want the military to have ministers praying for war. Now, it's not their decision if they go to war, but they want them praying for it. And that's who, you know, we saying or have. At the same time, they've just declared war on these cartels. Now we're going to see the details. I don't know how much I'm hyperbolic right now and how much is actual, you know, the truth, but they're just about to be hit. So I figured people like me who I just don't agree with hard drugs. Once like cannabis became legal, it's like, well, mushrooms maybe could be put in there. Like they say, I don't know, I don't really eat mushrooms or anything, but everyone says that they actually have a medical treatment, especially for upset, you know what I mean, depression and stuff like that. So, and they say that there isn't much side effects. I don't really want to get into that. But cannabis became legal. I'm like, well, if I'm like want to go wild and party, I can go drink my whiskey, which no one wants to see me on. I stopped drinking. I'm too wild and crazy. As you can see, I'm an energetic person, animated. Now you add whiskey to that, I scare people. So then there's cannabis. Once they made cannabis legal, it's like what do I need to see these hard drugs legal? No, I think that they're a detriment to our society. I would like to see them 100% eliminated. Won't happen. There's always going to be a lawyer who's going to be buying that shit because it helps him with his job. But I would like to see them at least depressed down. And I think that we've got enough. The country has provided enough legal that I don't need to go outside of these boundaries. I think that they've provided enough. There's no reason to go, in my opinion, to go outside of that. If I want to have a super stimulant, I can have a triple espresso coffee. Stick on the ice. I don't. Okay, have a good day. Look at this guy. Are you still call? Will you please stop commenting? I don't even know who these people are, and you're just obviously trolling. See, this is a guy who's a dealer, no doubt, he's a dealer, and he's pissed off because I don't agree with him. So Guaranteed. You just follow it. Yeah. Works at a pharmaceutical company. Thanks for watching, and you all can leave. Y'all can leave. I'll talk to myself because I'm gonna look at this whether you're here or not. Okay, so let's look at it. Let's look at it and keep your comments there, Navy Sean. Your skid ball. Like when an owner channel doesn't even want you here, why are you here? Like why? Oh, you're a troll. Protect the United States from foreign terrorists and other national security and public safety threats. Okay, by the authority, Section 1. Policy and purpose. It is the policy of the United States to protect its citizens from aliens who intend to commit attacks, threaten our national security, espouse hateful ideology, and otherwise exploit the immigration laws for malevolent purposes, which they're saying is, must be vigilant during a visa issue. Oh, they canceled the visa issuance process to ensure that those aliens approved for administration into the United States do not intend harm to Americans or our national interests. More importantly, the United States must identify them before their admission or entry into the United States, and the United States must ensure that admitted aliens and aliens otherwise already present United States do not bear hostile attitudes towards its citizens, culture, government, institutions, or founding principles. To me, that's important. To like, if you're going to be an immigrant to a country, you must love the country. Like, who wants to have an immigrant? They're like, you know what? I want to come in here and create Sharia law for everybody in your country. No, you're coming in is not helping. You're coming in to destroy something. That's I believe in. That's why a lot of people I think get upset with me about. Sometimes I'm like, you know what? The liberals are saying something. I have to because Trudeau is my prime minister because I believe in this nation. I don't need to believe in him. I can hate him all I want, but I believe in the nation. And sometimes certain things I got to keep and let the people who voted for him have their say. I believe in that. So I think there's a certain level to go. Now I'm nobody. I'm just following my own example, and I don't, I'm not saying I have any power or sway. Obviously, I don't. One of you is watching here, right? But that's my belief, and I believe in acting as I believe, and supporting Canada and being 100% Canadian is it's important. And sometimes you have to take a step back, and we all can run and realize, oh shoot, I've ran in the wrong direction. But take a scope and like, am I hurting my nation with what I'm doing, or am I helping it? And if we all were to do that, we'll be a stronger nation, I believe. Enhanced vetting and screening agencies, so they're going to do more enhanced vetting. Reestablish a uniform baseline to screening and vetting. Within 60 days of this date of order, the Secretary of State, Attorney General, and Secretary of Homeland Security and the Director of National Intelligence shall jointly submit to the President, through the assistance of the President for Homeland Security, a report. So they're going to do, he's saying 60 days. 2 months they're going to do a report. Identify countries throughout the world for which vetting and screening information is so deficient as to warrant a partial or full suspension from the mission of nationals from those countries pursuant to 212 FN. So, okay. They're saying some countries, like this is the funny thing. They're like, well, some countries are putting people in jail back time-wise or affecting people because of their political views. Some countries, you can be rich and you'll never get arrested. That's just to get you Cracker Jack box, they call them. Cracker Jack box. You buy your freedom out of a Cracker Jack box. You'll never be doesn't matter what. And if that person wants to emigrate, they'll be like, yeah, we'll eliminate all of the files we have on that person because it's benefiting our country. All right. I'm never going to leave Canada, so it's not like this. None of this will affect me. I love my country. I love the cold too much, to be honest. America has Alaska. That's the only place that I think, but we have the Yukon. Like, Yukon's beautiful too. Anyway, that's who cares about me? So in some countries they don't have a police force. So like they don't have a police force that actually can do find out what these things, like in Mexico, they say parts of, I don't know how true this is, but I've read parts of Mexico, literally the police can't go into, the government can't actually go into. It's totally encapsulated. It's a different, owned by a different country, these cartels. Like, so they say, I don't know how true it is. We'll find out. We're going to find out in 60 days. I think Trump will be putting this information, and I think CNN, MSNBC even, and of course Fox, they all got the message, what needs to be reported on, and they're going to start reporting on this stuff. I believe so. So identify how many nationals from those countries have entered and have been admitted to the United States on or since the 20th of January 2021, and or other information of secretaries and attorney general deemed relevant to the actions or activities of such nationals since their admission or entry to the United States. Yeah, I've never been to the. Whenever information is identified that would support the exclusion or removal of any alien described in Section 2 Bravo, the Secretary of Homeland Security shall take immediate steps to exclude or remove that aliens unless they determine that ongoing would inhibit a significant pending investigation or prosecution. Okay. Serious crimes. So in 30 days of this order, evaluate and adjust all existing regulations. Ensure that sufficient safeguards are in place to prevent any refugee or stateless individual. That's a horrible thing. If you're stateless, man, like that's hard. Like if your country is no longer a thing, like people that are stateless is like the worst possible scenario you can be in. There was that individual who was stuck in the airport for years. Tom Hanks did. I didn't watch the movie, but it's kind of that comes to mind, and it's just like. Evaluate all visa programs to ensure they are not used by foreign national states or other hostile actors to harm the security, economic, political, cultural, or national interests of the United States. Recommend any actions. Okay, including but not limited to our citizens' rights and freedoms of speech and the free exercise of religion protected by the First Amendment, who preach or call for sectarian violence. Yeah, that's what's happening. I can't believe that we're allowing these people are calling for, like, that's against the law already in Canada. And they're like, I can't incite violence upon any people. That's against the law. That's why I'm not going to have this. Actually, not because I'm going to follow the law. I believe in that law. They're inciting violence on a whole group of people. First of all, it's ridiculous. How can I paint you all with the same brush? And second of all, it's wrong. It's just wrong. And them to do that in the streets, what's happening with these protests, to me is like unbelievable. Unbelievable that they're not arresting them. I think that, and I'm not blaming the police on it. It's their political orders. You can't do that. Inciting violence like that, it'll only expand it. It'll actually have the yah-yah work on it. That's actually what I don't want to see more V in my country. Recommended any actions? Okay. Ensure the devotion of adequate, I like this word, devotion, of adequate resources to identify and take appropriate action for offenses. Okay. Evaluate the adequacy of programs designed to ensure the proper assimilation of lawful immigrants and recommend any additional measures. Recommend any additional actions to protect the American people and their constitutional republic from foreign threats. Yeah. Authority granted by law, Department of Agency head. That's all there is on that. That's not the cartel one. Okay. This guy. You're still commenting? Like, really? All right. So that is that. You're just using it because you got nothing better to do. I was going to look at this anyway, so I might as well bring the one of you along. Two of you, obviously. Hey, there you are, buddy. This is gonna. Okay, so there's that. I'm gonna go. America First, establish the President Department of Government Efficiency. Okay, actually I can put this all forward here for so y'all can see it. No, I'm going to. So this is official White House. It's official White House. Come on, Zainai, my hand. Come on, Zainai. All right. I'll put me over here. Apparently, I got it. They got it. You know, I'm a real person. They were saying there's like, I'm not a real person. I'm not writing as if if anyone reads my. There's a lot more people that dislike, I guess, my my words. It's just trolls. What I write just automatically dislike. Okay, thanks. But yeah, there's a rumor like I don't write my own thing. Who would write like that? Like it's not even very well written. I try my best. I'm really trying. But like as if I would like AI will come up with something that sounds like legal speak. That's why I don't use it. Restoring names. Okay. Guarantee the state's protection against invasion. That is the first one. Guarantee the state's protection against invasion. Oh, here it is. This is the one I want to look for. Okay, I'm going to go through them all. Restoring the names that honor, these are all the executive actions. Restoring the names that honor American greatness. That was McKinley, Mountain, America, Gulf of America. I said this as a kid. No, I didn't say as a kid, but I'm still a kid. My brain is undeveloped. But they have a American. I was like, why is the American? I love it. The Gulf of America. It makes more sense, especially because it's America, right? Like Mexico is a part of America, whether they like it or not. We're a part of America. We're the North. They're central, but they're America, so it makes sense to me to always call it. Why did Mexico get the name? I didn't like that. I'm glad that they're naming it the Gulf of America. I'm like, it's nothing, but it's something. To me, it makes it warms the. Restoring names and honor, designating cartels and other organizations as foreign terrorist organizations that Dave here is going to complain about, and especially designated global terrorists. Reforming the federal hiring process and restoring merit to government service. You're going to be merit-based. Ending racial and wasteful government DEI programs and preferencing. I think that was a disastrous program. It actually made relations worse than made them better because people, you could see it all the time. They're like, well, they're a DEI hire. And like that poor person who was like, maybe they were the best for the job. But that argument can be thrown at them from a racist asshole, and it's like, and they didn't have much to say because they're like, well, yeah, that was awful. I think that was a very divisive program that actually pitted people against each other, and it didn't benefit. I don't think. I really don't think so. Establishing, you can get them merit based, and then you can always say, hey, picking someone for a job because of something, because you like them more, happened. Canadian Forces is all about that. It's like, in America, okay, this is my big problem with Canadian Forces. Your report from your boss, whether he likes you or not, is like, it's his opinion of you. He's like, well, you got 5 dots. He's like, I like this guy. He gave me, and literally, this is what people did. They're like, he gave me a Texas Mickey, and they give you a good report. It happens. And this is how it goes. It literally is like this. If your boss likes you, and then there's sometimes they try. A lot of them, I'm saying, they try to take their emotion out of it, but it's impossible. We're an emotional species, like it or not. So if you like a person, if that person told you, as an underling, told you to where to go, which some people are like, when they weren't or good being good, well, then they're not going to get a good report, are they? Doesn't matter how good that person is. In Canada, the system is they better like you. Your boss has to like you because he can evaluate on solely no evidence. In the States, how it works, not all the time, but when I seen it in the States, if you want to go from sergeant to sergeant major, whatever, sergeant first class, you have to write a test. You write a test. To me, is like, that's how you do it. just a paper test isn't enough. It has to be, I believe it should be more than just a paper test, but that's how it has to be, because you cannot use someone's opinion of somebody, because what happens is in connected groups, right? Those people, connected groups, and they can capture a military, which to me is like that is the most abhorrent thing, is when you can have a group of people capture and not merit-based people going up in the chain, right? If I'm nice to my boss, I'm gonna get if I know I have a shady fat ass boss, I can just bribe him in ways, be nice to him, and I'm gonna get a good report. And there's no way. There's like, how do I say he's lying? There's no way. He's determining. He's the one who knows you. He's your boss in the military. You know what I mean? Other people don't get to see. So it has to be merit based. And this is something, the biggest change that needs to happen in the Canadian military. It hasn't even looked at. They haven't even complained about it. And that's all I can say about that. Establishing and implementing the President's Department of Government Efficiency. Doge. I'm cool. I'm totally. Who isn't cool with that? American First Policy Directive to the Secretary of State. I don't know what that is. Protecting the United States from foreign terrorists and other national security and public safety threats. We already read that. Unleashing Alaska's extraordinary resource potential. That's this in the. There's an acronym. It's a national. There's a place right there, in the north. I can Google it. Alaska resources. It's should so this order is going to be on. I'm just trying to give you the ANWR, ANWR. So ANWR, they're opening up ANWR. Okay, so Trump in the Resolute Desk Oval Office. So ANWR is like this huge area. There's like tons of oil up there. Like it's like really, really like full of it, dripping. It's coming out of the ground. It's like Saudi Arabia type oil, light and tight. It's beautiful stuff. It is huge. At least that's what I've read about it, and it's huge. And because it's in a beautiful part of the country, it's preserved. They haven't been allowing any drilling on that part. Well, they're opening it up. That alone is going to change the America's export oil industry, import and export. It's just going to be a huge boom. And it's right, I mean, they'll be on the coast, so they can shipping it. No pipelines required. Okay, so it says it will prioritize development of Alaska's natural gas, including permitting of all necessary pipeline and export infrastructure relating to the Alaskan LNG project. So the permits are already approved. So when we have it takes 20 years in Canada to get a permit approved. We've basically, just by this order, our north is just lost to America, because they just including the permitting. If I'm reading this right, the permits are approved. So that we're waiting companies are waiting 20 years to get a permit. We have to speed up our permitting process to compete now. Facilitate development of a road from King Cove to Cold Bay. We can't build a road to the Ring of Fire. It's been taking forever. Though I do agree with Doug Ford's plan. He had the two reserves the most direct route to the Ring of Fire would not have been to hit these reserves. It would have been, but what he did, he had these two reserves that don't have permanent roads. He allowed them to where the road goes, so it kind of serpentine to hit these two reserves, so they benefit from the road. It's not just for that. I didn't expect to see that, but when I heard that, I was just like floored. I was like, wow, it's amazing. It's amazing. Because hey, to have our First Nations, they should also be a benefactor of these things. It shouldn't just be only about the money. It should be about helping people, and these reserves will definitely be happening. It does not mention the Pebble Mine, at least by name. Reinstate the Administration Development Plan for National Petroleum Reserves in Alaska. And they were going to restore the name McKinley to the mountain, now named Denali. They named it Denali. And it's going back. Denali. It's going back to McKinley. Bye-bye, Denali. And many of Trump's, so that's it. They're going to, Alaska is, because the biggest problem with Canada is we're having right now is our permitting process. It's actually is the biggest reason why companies have pulled out of investing in a lot of places in our country and in mines and in developments because the permit takes so long and there's so much working on it. Well, Trump, he just made the problem worse in Canada because he just opened it up the way I read it. We'll see more about it. Protecting the American people. These are all executive orders. Protecting the American people against invasion. The Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, OECD, Global Tax Deal. Organization of National Security Council in subcommittees. That's changing. There's a new person, the Republican and head of the Congress. They pulled him out. Reevaluating and realigning United States foreign aid. That I think has been in long. It's like sometimes someone mentioned there's a lot of funneling money into places that aren't exactly where the money's supposed to be going, but special interest groups kind of. It's happened a lot, and then it's not like that's like necessarily criminal, but it's pretty close. It borders on that, so it's definitely not it's an issue that needs to be worked on. Temporary withdrawal of all areas on the outer continent shelf from offshore wind leasing. Oh yeah. Offshore wind leasing and review of the federal government leasing and permitting practices for the wind projects. Okay, like 2 whales. This is taking Trump's words verbatim. 2 whales died on the East Coast, and then they put all these wind plants. And then 28 died in 1 year. So like these vibrations that are coming from these things, they suspect that it's coming. That is making problems to the whales and it's hurting them. I'm a huge believer in hydropower because Niagara Falls, first of all, I've seen it in my own area. The power is created by here. It's clean. It hasn't affected anything. Any natural wildlife. The falls still falls. We still get to watch it, and they've used it. And then I look at Quebec model. Quebec has a natural oil and gas, and they're not pumping it because they have so much power and they don't need it. They have an actual they have an overabundance in power. They have too much. They're selling it to the States. So, and we have lots of rivers and stuff like way up in the north. There's not even any people up there. No person will be affected by building dams and stuff like that. So I think if you look at the Bay of Hudson, like James Bay, there's the Hudson Bay, and then there's the lower hanging part. It's called the James Bay. Look at those rivers. There's like at least a dozen major rivers that could be dammed and built like super. Ontario could be the powerhouse of America by dams, just by on what's happening in James Bay. It's flowing to James. Now, the problem is the exorbitant amount of money required to build dams. It's just huge. So it really it's hard to get companies involved unless the government makes a vehicle for all the companies to invest in, like 500 companies, 1,000 companies to invest in with guarantees from the government. That's the problem with hydro is it's just they're so big projects and they'll take so long to start seeing money. Companies, they're like, hey, I don't want to have a 20-year investment. Like governments have the long vision to change this more so. And we could be doing it. We got all kinds of that's going on. Restoring another one, declaring a national energy emergency. That's another one. Restoring accountability for career senior executives. So restoring accountability for career senior executives. It's talking a little bit about, and there's more to it. I'm not going to go into it today, but I'm going to go through all these eventually. That is about stocks. You buy stocks. There's a lot of these people. They get the inside information. They know which way the government's going, and they buy stocks, and they get rich. That's not good. Promoting beautiful federal civic architecture. I like that. A lot of these, I love that. That's one of my favorite ones. I was in a foreign Middle Eastern country, and their parking lot that the government built was beautiful. I'm like, their parking lots are nicer than ours. We built this idea of like the gray stone building to forget the past. That was an idea, 60s, whatever, you know, and it's awful. And these awful square rectangular buildings, it's awful. Why do we, I don't, you know, I think it was a very poor idea. Make our government buildings beautiful so people want to hang out in front of them. Why? Just because it's a beautiful building. Give me a park bench and I can sit and read or scroll or whatever on a Tuesday afternoon when I have brunch with my future wife I don't have. Restoring, the penalty, the death penalty. Protecting public safety. Putting people over fish. Stopping radical environmentalism to provide to Southern California. Whoa, that's a big one. Let's see if you guys got any comments that are worth it. Brian, Oliver, depends on worker and employer. Usually, brown noser does the least work. The hardest worker has heads down, ass up, and doesn't have time to brown nose. Yeah, and usually, I agree with you, Brian Oliver. It's also if you find the hardest working person, they're usually, and I don't need to use the name, but I can't think of it, but they're curt. Because especially if you're a construction guy, sometimes swearing and being that arse prick person gets the job done. That type of energy you need to get the work. Oh, it's in. Oh, okay, good. Having always this happy, great attitude, so it doesn't get the work done. You sometimes need, I believe, you need the full. You need to be a happy person majority of the time, but sometimes you need to have that hard edge. And people who the guy. And they picked this there's many generals, I won't say his name, but we know that Patton, they're the people that get things done are very crass and not nice people. Trump. But they get things done. They're the people that won't be promoted unless they own their own company because they're like really crass. But that's the guy who always gets it done. And it has to do with, I think those type of people have realized if they want to get things done, sometimes they have to be crass, curt with people. And that, I agree with you. So that is a factor, I believe, that why I believe testing is in it. But also, personality, you should, you have to be balanced. You can't always be mean to everybody because not every situation requires it. But sometimes we all get stuck in a groove and you become like that. But I've always found the person who's harshest to me, who's lack of a better word, jarring, they're like, holy crap, the first thing he said to me was not nice. I end up liking that person the most because I only like people who are effective people. I'll take your crap if you're effective because I want to learn from you. Whereas a lot of people won't. They're more worried about the social aspect of life, and that I have to bow. That's important. Though for me, I don't care if he hates me. I take your crap because I want to know from you because I see you're a producer. I want to follow you. The guy who's nice a lot of times is usually just going to backstab you as soon as you turn your back. We got a family like that. There's like 9 of these bros, and it's like they're like kiss everyone's ass to their face. It's all ha ha. As soon as that person walks out of the room, they're like. I learned from a young age these type of people are not my people. And read Psalms number 1. I don't sit with mockers. I won't sit with a mocker. I just won't. If you want to mock someone, go somewhere else. Those type of people are usually socialites, and I have no time for them. Because I learned at a young age. They end up being drug dealers. You know, because that's how that type of nag people, gang people work. It's all about social and all about reputation. Gangs and reputation is the same. I don't care about reputation. I don't care about this backstabbing. I care about effective people. But they've increased in society because social media has helped that type of person become more popular, and it works. Look, we got we got this guy. He's like, dude, shut off my comments. He can sit here and destroy my channel by just saying baloney on it. Reputational destruction. Loserville. It's actually, I believe it's the reason why we've gone down. Hey, that type of person, we need them in society. You know, they're Hollywood types. But they should be a very small percentage of our people. We need people that are engineers, in my opinion. Except for Canadians who respected the rules. What's this? The federal government is all about if the person likes you, advancement. Is it really? Yeah, the federal government does have that. I don't know totally about the outside, but this Riverstone, Saxon of Riverstone, I don't know if you like my channel or not, but I'll tell you, his comments and his background have proven to me, at least through reading, He knows his stuff. Okay, I got a lot of respect for that. Daniel Bleu, except for Canadians who respected the rules, how can he decide anything while Parliament is in recess? Okay, so Danielle, Parliament is, I'm going to explain it to you. I explained it earlier. Parliament is in recess. It's not in recess, it's prorogued, actually. We've gone rogue. And Parliament's two things they do, the major things they do, they investigate, that's committees. Investigation is a strong word, but that's kind of what they do. They look into where the budget's going to go. So they look in the future, and they look in the past, and they look in the present. That's what committees are for. Pardon me. And Parliament also does those stuff. Parliament decides what the committees will look into, kind of thing. They all have their own autonomy a little bit, but really, Parliament is for two things, I think, mostly. It's giving the opposition a platform to look at the government, and the government can't hit them back. Like, the government of any of our country can destroy a media. They can somehow take out the media. Well, they can't do that to an elected official. So it gives the people who vote for the country a politician who cannot be, you can't smash Pierre down. You can't. Doesn't matter what anything that the Liberals say against Pierre, well, a lot of it will wash off because he was elected, and obviously we all see it right away. They are on different sides. So, question period is rhetorical, but it's basically to hold the government to account. Pierre has done it to such a high level. I don't think it's anyone. I'm not that I've seen. Baird was the only one who came close, but has made to such a fine art. He has held the government to account so well. He's an amazing politician for that. There's hands down, he's probably one of the best we've ever had for that. So I always respect him for that. But that's just one thing they do. The real thing that they do is they pass laws. New laws, not old laws. They investigate, but they pass new laws. You don't need new laws to navigate what's going on. The finance minister has the wherewithal to spend hundreds of billions of dollars without actually going to the government for approval. We've already approved the budget. And so since they approved the budget, he can work within these guidelines and make excuses of why he's spending this. Unless there's a new law, like we're going to say, anyway, they're going to make a new law to ban photocopy machines. I don't know why I'm saying that, but we need a new law because of Trump, we have to ban photocopy machines. They're going to be a threat. That's the only reason we need Parliament, to make a new law. And a new law, like when we're talking 3 months' time, a new law has to go through 3 readings, 4 readings, blah, blah, blah. And then it goes to the second look. It goes to, and then they got 3 readings. Laws take years, 1-2 years to come in. Sometimes they happen faster. 3 months, I think, is the quickest that we've ever heard of it. Very rare, very rare. And he can unprorogue government if something happens to do that. It's not, the Parliament isn't as powerful as you think it is. I'm sorry, Danielle. It's not as powerful as you think it is. It's needed. I love our Westminster type Parliament. I love it. I think Pierre has done such a great job. He's proven to me why Westminster, I believe, is better than any other type of governing system. I'm Canadian though, so I'm biased. But he's proven. He's held Trudeau back. He went to these harsh lefty policies, and as Pierre's poll numbers go up, and as he's gotten better with rhetoric, the Liberal agenda has been really it got dialed back so much that the last section of Parliament from September to December, not one law was passed. So if the House was in right now, no laws would be passed anyway, because the Liberals or the Conservatives were almost filibustering to push for their agenda, and they stopped the laws from going through. They had a couple times they got things through, and they maneuvered to get it through, but basically they halted anything because the people don't support the Liberals putting new agenda forward. Now, I don't think now it's up to the parties to work together to see if we need a whole new election. And we have an automatic election under Harper. We have an automatic election that needs to be called every 4 years. Now, a government, even Harper broke his deal. a government can call election before that 4 years, but automatically we have an election coming this October. So pepper at a fly, you know. Brock, I would like to see, honestly, Brian Oliver. I like your comments, man. I've only counted 2, but I would like to see Brock as the leader of the. To me, Brock is a conservative of the type that, and maybe he would come against me because I'm a loudmouth. I don't care. I personally believe Brock is the epitome of the Conservative Party. He's harsh. He kind of scares me a little bit. And so he will do things that I won't agree with, but that's great. I think he's a great politician. I'd like to see him more into the foreign interference file. And he's good. He's just good for the camera. Pierre does a great job as well. I think the one problem I'm really having with the Conservatives was the foreign interference file, them dropping that. Maybe there was other reasons behind the scenes. I don't know. I'm not involved in government, but to me, it kind of feels like a letdown. Why are these 11 not being named? I think we need to give them security, those individuals, and we need to give them a platform to explain what happened, right? Probably, honestly, I think it was very minor issues, except that one person who was giving out personal details of a Canadian citizen to a foreign entity. That was what the RCMP said, not from me. That individual, whoever they are, I have no idea, no inclination who that one is. But they went overseas and gave Canadian citizens information to a adversarial country. That jail, treason. You've treason. Canadian citizens. I don't care what country you're. There's no country that you give out our information. And doing that, I don't care. That to me, that is that. And the Conservatives, maybe, like I said, they probably know. There may be a reason. I just, as a layman idiot, don't know. Personally, sorry. I wish we can chat. I do like your channel. Yeah. I will. Hey, once my thing, I will start doing a thing on this channel. And as you've noticed, I'm going to do live. I'm a conservative kind of. I know you're not. I'm a conservative leaner. Harper is the guy, my guy. Harper was not my guy. I want to say that he is the prime minister who I really fought. Conservative governments. The first time I really followed politics was Brian, right? And he was like by far like I'm leading conservative, right? Progressive conservative. So I'm I don't like the hate-filled because I like to see elections happen. I don't like the hate-filled part that sometimes touches on conservatism. But yeah. Listen, I helped donate to that party. I've never donated to the Liberal Party. I'm just more conservative leaning. Really, I pray every day. You know what I mean? That's the party of prayer is the conservative. So I kind of have to lean that way. So I'm not anything though. I personally am not. I don't consider myself. I think of myself as more of a centrist. I don't know. I think to see every time it comes up, I have to press reset and evaluate. Brock for the cons. I'm a conservative kind of. I know you're not. Yeah, you don't know. So there's my explanation. Yeah. So that's the thing. The Canadians. The Parliament has that thing. Let's look at the Cartel. So I fully expect. Everybody fully expects. Like I said, I'm a centrist. There's a party. The centrist party in Canada. It seems that they're getting more support. I don't know. I'm gonna look into them. But this new center race, is looking like they have more support. Maybe not than the PPC right now. But yeah, let's go back to Ono O Numero. Okay, this is a big one. Okay, this is like using the military to go. I don't know. So I'm gonna look at this for the first time. Maybe you guys know. Designating cartels and other organizations as foreign terrorist organizations, and especially designated global terrorists. Okay. Under the laws of Constitution, Immigration, Nationality Act, International Emergency Economic Powers Act. Okay, so that's got three, the weight of 3. So it's serious. So there's money behind it. It doesn't say the military in that. It's not. So we'll see. Didn't pull the aspect. There's a law in America that you can't have American soldiers active working. This order creates a process by which certain international cartels, the cartels, and other organizations will be designated as foreign terrorist organization, consistent with Section 219 of the INA, 8 USA 1189, or specifically designated global terrorists, consistent with the IEEPA, and Executive Order 13224, September 23rd, 2001, blocking property and prohibiting transactions with persons who threaten to commit, or support terrorism. Okay, so they're it's using it as 24-year-old law. So blocking property. So that's what's happening. They've owned a lot of. I think what they're going to do is they're going to these cartels got a little bit too strong under Biden. The human trafficking has never been higher in the world. This is disgusting. Human trafficking. They've lost 400,000 children. Oh my God! Like they're making money. They're making bank off of human misery, and then more people had died in the fentanyl, just from fentanyl, than in World War II. This is destruction of a nation, and these. It's not just cartel, whatever, Let them grow avocado. Let them do something like that. Get out of this human misery business. I don't know what they do. It's not. I shouldn't have much opinion. I won't talk about it. International cartels constitute a national security threat beyond that posed by traditional organized crime. Yeah, they're in like 45 countries, right? With activities encompassing convergence between themselves and a range of extra hemispheric actors, from designated foreign terror organizations to antagonistic foreign governments, working with governments that don't like us. Complex adaptive systems, characteristics of entities engaged in insurgency and asymmetric warfare. So I'm going to explain that. So that's like unconventional warfare. Coming in and buying up all kinds of land in a municipality, and then they have a lot of power in that town because they own a lot of the land. Cities, and I'm using this in Canadian version, but cities, they make their money by income tax, right? Property tax. So when, say if there's a foreign entity, they own all kinds of land, then they have a larger voice because they're paying the taxes, and they say, hey, look at all the taxes we're paying you, mayor, that makes $50,000-$70,000 a year. We want you to do this and this and this. Don't help this guy, hurt that guy. That individual mayor won't have the knowledge of of a spy network, KGB, CSIS. They won't have the knowledge of a CSIS guy or anything like that to be able to understand why that they're, oh, okay, that sounds all right. He's just a taxpayer. But they won't have the wherewithal, and the local police, of course, and the RCMP have already said we can't handle internet spying and hacking. They literally declared that they threw their hands in the air. Fucking ridiculous. But it's not their fault. They say they don't have enough money, and it's just basically they need more funding. Like they need more funding because this threat is so expensive and this and that. Okay, so asymmetrical, having parts that fail to correspond in one way or another, shape, or form. Okay, asymmetric warfare. Form of irregular warfare, conflicts in which enemy combatants are not regular military forces. So they're wearing jumpsuits, right? You know what I mean? They're not wearing a uniform. And they're not of nation states. The term is frequently used to describe what is called guerrilla warfare, insurgency, counterinsurgency, rebellion, terrorism, and counterterrorism. So taking down a government could be on that line, right? Now, that's why I also believe that, and that's why I always pull back to the point of I want to see the government torn down. I want to make fun. I want to have fun with it, but there's a line. Once the writ is dropped, you can just my influence, unless you know what I mean. I'm a big enough organization or whatever when I get there, if so you know what I mean, to work with a party or something like that. It, to me, is makes but to influence elections, no. So that's what one part of it is, okay? So I didn't really give you a great example, but okay. Convergence between themselves and a range of extra hemispheric actors from designated foreign terror organizations to agonistic foreign governments, complex adaptive systems characteristic of entities engaged in insurgency and asymmetric warfare, infiltration into foreign governments across the Western Hemisphere. This is what WEF said that. What is the quote? Now, WEF has to pull back. If anyone remembers the quote, they're a minor one, but that is, I think that they get encompassed in this. Now, they're not a big problem, WEF. I don't see them as a big deal comparatively, but it's a factor. When they said that we have members in every party of Canada, basically they said they had it. Like, that to me is the same thing as what the cartel. I bet you the cartels are doing the same thing, except they're not saying it. and when you say cartel, doesn't say anything. It could, most of the time it could be foreign entities are running that, right? Cartels have engaged in a campaign of violence and terror throughout the Western Hemisphere that has not only destabilized countries with significant importance to our national interests, but also flooded the United States with deadly drugs, violent criminals, and vicious gangs. Like, everyone's seen what happened, like that taking over of a hotel of apartment blocks, and like these politicians are like, well, it's not a big deal, it's an apartment block. In America, you have a foreign gang that's taking over apartment building. Like, what the? And the local police can't fight that. The FBI have proven they can't fight it. They're like, well, it's not that big a deal. It's only one. What? We needed Trump to do this because they got too strong. Okay, I'm going to see her. I'm conservative. Cons get a bad name. I love immigrants because I'm one. Yeah, same thing. You know what I mean? Like, yeah. They do get a bad name. I think the conservatives are a little bit too angry in their rhetoric, and it's off-putting to a lot of Canadians. And but they're of money managers, they seem to do better. It's like, it's good to have, my opinion, it's good to have the liberals come up with these harebrained ideas, and the conservatives to implement it. Right? Because they'll watch the dollar all the way down the line. Whereas the liberals were like, I trust you. You got a university, you have a university degree in political science. I trust you because I like you and I know you're on my side to do my teleprompter. And it didn't work. Whereas more likely that conservative will verify all the way down the line that his teleprompter worked. That's the difference, I think, in liberal and conservative. They're like, since I already trust you, you're in my sphere of trust, you're okay, right? Where that's not good. It's not good. It doesn't work. It hasn't been working, especially when you have organizations that are international and you don't know where that person's coming from. Look, we have an MP doing the money sign. There's money that was put into his campaign. My goodness. Considering they created the RICO law. Yeah, I'm surprised it's taken so long to go after the cartel. In my opinion, I think it's far worse than the mafia. Mafia. Yeah, well, of course. The mafia is, well, they started out as harmful, like a lot of them do, and now they went into garbage and industry, and they went into areas that the government was okay with a little bit. So they pulled back, and they're not as harmful, But these new cartels that are coming in, it's like they're stronger than governments. They're stronger than the mafia ever was. The mafia was just a great storyline, but they weren't controlling cities and towns the way that these are. That's what's happened. As American money has gone down, these companies, whatever, have grown in power, and they're like controlling states. 60 individuals in Mexico were assassinated in 2024. It's not even in the news. Like, do you think that the CNN, I don't want to say this, do you think that maybe some of these media groups have been captured, investment captured by these groups? Of course they have. Of course. Like, if they can control countries, and Mexico's a pretty freaking big country, they got states. I'm not going to go into the details of states that they're, obviously they got the money to invest and they got sway. Like, to have them at a small level, no, you don't need to. I don't believe in stamping. You don't need to stamp every single last one because it'll never happen. But it needs to be toned to a level that human trafficking as highest it's ever been in the world, and it's because of these groups. These groups. Hey, please stop. Thank you. I missed 2 prayers. Son of a gun. I'm going to shrink me. Okay, so I'm going to continue reading. Yeah, I'm surprised they did too. Mafia's gone into a small corner. They're not a huge disaster now. Whereas the cartels seem to be like very big harm. The fentanyl. More people died of fentanyl. To me, is the worst crime against America than a war. Cartels functionally control throughout a campaign of assassination, terror, and brutal force. Nearly all illegal traffic across the southern border of the United States and certain portions of Mexico, they function as a quasi-government and governmental entities, controlling nearly all aspects of society. Like I say, man, this is straight from the government of America. So you dispute all you want, but this has got like, you argue with them and they got real information behind it. Of course, they're not going to give us all their intel, but it's based on intelligence. It's not like a media report, a journalist who's 20 to 30 years old or whatever. One individual journalist. This has got major intelligence behind it. Hundreds and thousands of people have gathered intel. That's why it has so much more weight. The cartel's activities threaten the safety of the American people, the security of the United States, and the stability of the international border in the Western Hemisphere. Their activities, proximity to, and incursion into physical territory of the United States pose an unacceptable national security risk to the United States. We don't need them. If they're gone, there's other ways to make money. Other transnational organizations such as Tren de Agua. I don't know any of these groups really. I'm just not. And these other groups pose similar threats. So he's saying not just these cartels. There's individual little gangs, which they're basically the minions. They work for whoever's going to pay them. So if you're a lawyer and you want to take someone out, you call these guys, right? And they do your stupid dirty work. And they're becoming very, very powerful, and they're vicious. They're doing things that are unacceptable levels of violence in this country. They're brutal. And our war fighters, they're worse brutal. We're just 10 times worse. They just don't do it in a long, extended, torturous type of way. But they'll destroy them like nothing. Because most of these people, they work on gangs. They work on reputation destruction, and that's it. Reputational destruction. They have 10 on 1. All of a sudden, you're feeling weak, and then they come at you. They're not... Like, the army doesn't care. They'll come at you when you're at your strongest, and they'll just... They're not used to fighting that. That's why they'll crumple like tinfoil. I believe that because they're not they're not really good fighters. They're the type like Nero. Nero was like, I'll go fight. I'll fight him. I'll get it on camera or whatever. Do it in front of a crowd, right? We've seen that Nero. And he stabs the guy so he's bleeding out, and then he wins the fight. That's what these people do. I'm fighting with them. Individual nags, right? Nothing. I don't think big, but I'm an asshole. I get my mouth into all kinds of trouble. That's why I don't drink anymore. It's one of the biggest reasons. It's my damn fucking mouth. Their campaigns of violence and terror in the United States and internationally are extraordinarily violent, vicious, and similarly threaten the stability of the international order of the Western Hemisphere. The cartels and other transnational organizations, such as these two groups, operate both within and outside the United States. They present an unusual and extraordinary threat to the national security, foreign policy, and economy of the United States. I hereby declare a national emergency under IEEPA to deal with those threats. So that's the weight right there. That's actually serious. Under that international, which was written above. This Section 2, policy. It is the policy of the United States to ensure the total elimination of these organizations' presence in the United States. So these two minion groups, these two smaller groups that are working for the, I don't think they'll ever be able to take the whole cartel down. They have just too much money. But what I think they're going to do is they're going to take out these minion groups that do the dirty work. They're gone. What it just says, they're gone. There are no longer, there's only 5,000 of these people of that one group, and the other one's big. They're gone. They're already, you know what, I don't need to be a psychic to know they're already gone. The military against them, yeah, they're done. You know, and thank God TDA, those people at TDA don't got tattoos, but MS does. You got tattoos, you're done. You know, you go, I would be going to erase your tattoo right now. And it doesn't matter because all the tattoo places, I guaranteed are right now, they're already entrapulated. You get it removed, they're going to know who you are. It's done. And I'm sorry, but they went too far. They started destroying American companies. They started controlling towns. They killed 60 of these Mexicans. Oh my God, they went so far. Human trafficking has never been higher. Like what planet do we allow that? Oh my, I shouldn't have my opinion. Section 3, implementation. How are they going to do it? Within 14 days of the day of this order, the Secretary of State shall take appropriate action in consultation with the Secretary of Treasury, the Attorney General, and Secretary of Homeland Security, and the Director of National Intelligence. That's the weight. The National Intelligence. Okay, so they're not going to use Army boot guys. They're not going to use Army infantry on this, but they're using the National Intelligence. Okay, so National Intelligence, Google, whoever, like NSA, CIA. National, I'm just Googling it. 18 agencies, okay? These are 18 agencies. Like, these are like, and the worst ones are the ones you've never heard of. You know, you're like, what's that group? Yeah, they're the ones that really hurt you. How they work. The core mission of the you know what I mean? These folks, ODNI, is to lead the IC in intelligence integrity, forging a community that delivers the most insightful intelligence possible. ODNI's National Center integrate and coordinate the activities of the entire IC, AFA, another acronym, or in some cases, broader U.S. government. Yeah, broader U.S. government in the IC's major mission areas: counterterrorism, counterintelligence and security, counterproliferation, cyber integration, and counter-influence. So, internet, everything. This is like everybody. NSC, counterterrorism, cyber integration. Oh, they're all the beautiful eagles, like all the eagle people with the banner. Hand statement passing. I'm just Googling it. I'm looking it up. Mission centers. They got lots of mission centers. You can Google all this stuff, but I'm going to put it all up online for you. Okay. Huge. Now, that's it. Like, and now 13 days from now, right now they got the FBI and the DEA, and hey, you know, they're powerful forces. These are probably the best police forces in the world, strongest, right? But they're nothing compared to these groups. These groups scare me a little bit because they're people that you know what I mean. Their whole life, you don't know where they work. Their whole fucking life. They worked for like, you thought they were an accountant, you know? FBI doesn't have those people. They hire those people as, you know what I mean? They bounce from it. But this is the department. These are the type of people. There's a huge percentage of the population of the military that are the scary people. They are now going against. So those two groups, especially those two groups that have been mentioned, they're done because these groups are about to just take them over. So these groups that are like been tough, screwing with the FBI and all that, yeah, we're awesome, and we got like these drugs that we give people and screw them over. Now they're going to be dealing with people that like sit in darkened rooms, have no lives, and they know nothing like that. They spent 30 years working outside. Now they're going to be dealing with those people. No comparison to a tattooed cop. That's, and I'm not against cops. I'm nothing. I think they do the job, but the level, the sophistication and money behind these groups have been so big that they haven't been able to defeat it. Now, basically, they've done is like 18 times the level of against these groups has just increased 18 times, and they're like 18 times. That's it. More than that, 20 times more power is against them. They're done. I don't think it'll last very long. Homeland Security shall take appropriate action in consultation with Secretary of State to make operational preparations regarding the implementation of a decision I make to invoke the Alien Enemies Act. So it'll be in relation to the existence of any qualifying invasion or predatory incursion against the territory of the United States by a qualifying actor, and to prepare such facilities as necessary to expedite the removal of those who may be designated in this order. So, okay, saying even beds. I know that Homeland is saying we need more beds. The ICE, whatever people. So ICE will be probably taking care. Like so, well, Guantanamo was outside the states. This, I think, order is saying it can be in America. They don't need to have some special base outside of American territory so they can do things that are no. They're going to do it within America, within the legal limits, because these groups thought forever they were only going to deal with the DEA and the FBI people. Today, they're going to deal with other people who have so much more intelligence and AI. The definition of a failed state is a state that has lost its ability to fulfill fundamental security and development functions, lacking effective control over its territory and borders. Yeah, and Mexico is almost almost has that. They are literally have areas that have that. They can't control certain areas. The one horrible thing is they arrested one, right, for Americans or whatever. They arrested the one guy, and then the cartel got in and started attacking individuals and kidnapping people. So they released the person they arrested. To me, it was like, that's it. The Mexico, I got no use for them anymore. Their government saying, I don't want America's help, was done at that point. It was, to me, I wash my hands of any of their arguments they have when they can't arrest somebody, when they can't use the police to arrest somebody. And how they let it out was because they were squeezed with like violence. My goodness gracious, like considering they created, yeah, and that's it. Mexico has become sections of it. Overall, Mexico is a great, wonderful place. It's only places, pieces of it. It's not where the tourists go. It's none of these things. The tourism and all that stuff. They know where the money's coming from, so they put a lot of their energy into these tourist places to make sure they're safe for tourists. So it's not a problem for tourism. But there's a problem in certain areas. It's 60 politicians being eliminated is unbelievable. And no news covers it like it should be covered. Like it should be covered like there's no democracy. If you have to like honestly think, well, I'm going to be, the chances I'm going to have be assassinated or attempts on my life are so high, you have to balance that. You have to be a very, very bold individual to go against that. And obviously they won't. The next election, they won't. No way. There's just no way. They're all going to have everybody who's already encapsulated by these groups in those areas where it happened. Nothing in this order shall be construed or impair or otherwise affect the authority granted by law to the executive department or energy or agency at the head of thereof, functions of the director, management and budget relating to budgetary administrative. Okay, so this order shall be implemented consistent with applicable law and subject to the available appropriation. So yeah, they can't only do so much. So he's not expanding too much new laws. This order shall not intended to and does not create any right or benefit substantive or procedural enforcement at law or in equity or any part against the United States, its departments, agencies, or entities, its officers, employees, and agencies, and any person. Okay. It's not saying there's a problem with certain departments, they're not going to upset the apple cart on this, even though we all know that obviously these groups are so rich that they've gotten some government agents. They're not going to go after any of those people. So basically, I believe that that's a great thing. That's the best line they put in there. They're saying, okay, if your government, stop what you're doing if you're taking money from these groups, but you're not the one we're worried about. They're only focused on those that are doing the influencing and handing the manila envelopes. It's not to take out departments and make this huge thing, right? Because we know that we like, if you look at history, these certain intelligence agencies have acted, you know, in nefarious ways that as a normal citizen is like, why would they do that? Well, we don't know the whole big picture, right? So it's not. I think that's an important aspect. Basically, I think those two groups, the two groups that were mentioned, they're gone. They're already gone. The cartel won't be gone, but they're going to be acting more accordance with humanity, in my opinion. Obviously, I know nothing. Okay, let's do a quick. I'm going to do a quick here. Let's see what's on X. All right. Just going to put something so you guys can see. I don't want to have me. I did this fun. Like, to me, this is like a funny one on her no homes anywhere speech. Like, she didn't really say it, but she kind of did. Yeah, move it for you. No homes nowhere speech is kind of taken off of Danielle Smith's line, you know, build nothing nowhere. She didn't really say that, but she was definitely, you know, hyperbolic humor as far as I ever want to take it. I don't, you know, to take them down, no. Okay, let's see. What is... I can't believe that Fauci, to 2014, Fauci has been, oh no, I hope nothing bad happened in Tel Aviv. 31 minutes ago. Another one. Another just they got him though. They got him. Palestinian terrorist. There he is right there. Abdelaziz. Morocco. 1995. Yeah. So, yeah, you know what I mean? Like, it's still happening over there. Jeez. They always have these problems. Riyadh. Oh, Riyadh. I hope that the Abraham Accords are coming alive again. Okay, nothing on that really. I don't think. Critical Metals Corporation. Ooh, Critical Minerals. Just in, publicly, this is by Crypto Briefing. Publicly traded Critical Metals Corp to purchase up to 500 million in Bitcoin. Oh. Okay, that's nice. That's okay. That's cool, I guess, but not really a big deal. Tiffany. Who's Tiffany? I think we're alone now. There doesn't seem to be anyone around. Worried migrants flee New York City shelter as Trump ICE raids loom. It is better to leave before. I still don't know who Tiffany is. Oh my God! Look at someone did this as Baron. Darren is a monster. Oh, that's Tiffany, I think. Tiffany Ariana Trump. Okay, so okay, that's nice. Candlelight dinner. She's a Trumper. Okay, so what's nice? I don't know much about her. Marco Rubio. Marco Rubio must have got through. Of course, Marco Rubio, Secretary of State. I think I wouldn't enjoy a coffee with him, but I think he would probably be the best for that job. He's like that curt individual. I think I would support him in his, because everything he said is very thing, and everyone knows him as a smart individual. He ran for president. I think a million times respect for him as a worker. He's not a social magnet, right? He's not like JD seems more of a kind of guy that, whereas he seems just to me the best type of worker. And him as Secretary of State, okay, Vice President. Oh, he's Vice President now. I forgot. Why am I not following him? Is this a new one? Oh, because he's VP now. Okay. He is sworn in as I think he's going to be, because of the Trump agenda behind him, he's going to be one of the most transformal, the biggest. He's going to do a lot of big things. Not saying about anyone else besides that. 90. Look at. Okay, so Paul Cizipoul, I don't know who he is. Was just confirmed by the Senate 99-0 as Secretary of State. That says it all right there. 99-0. Everyone wants him in because everyone is aware of what's happening in America is not doing as very well, and everyone wants America to win. And he's won. He's won. He's going to make America win. I don't know anything about his social life, which to me is great, but I know everything about his social policy, about his government policies and ideas behind it. He's just great. I have nothing. Oh, I have nothing but respect, honestly, for him as a worker. Meet the Press. So he's on Meet the Press. Is this today? Oh, I like Kristen Welker. Kristen Welker, I think she's she's fairly fair as far as the media guys go. And Meet the Press is like the longest running news show on TV, and that's why I like it. But yeah, and this guy individual, America's new Secretary of State from Sam Brown. Following Sam Brown, he's a good guy. Oh, I thought, what the heck happened here? Okay, so I'm not going to go into all this stuff here. Secretary of State, what else do we got? Trump and Vance, Word of God, I know I missed two prayers. Davos, ugh. Antifa is having a very horrible day today. They've been trolling my site forever. John Bolton, no. I said I won't mention him anymore. I won't. Davos is not having a good day either. Trump withdraws from the deep state controlled World Health Organization. Yeah, the World Health Organization. The money that was to there. I love this picture. World leaders arrive in Davos in their private jets to talk about the imminent risk of climate change to our planet. Like, it's a freaking parking lot. Well, okay. There is, you know what? It's the day of calm. We got a bishop. Bishop. Is it a person? Billy Bishop. Billy Bishop was the best Canadian flyer. Oh, yeah, he did some good things. So, yeah, we're basically, I think what everyone's doing is I recommend everybody to watch the news because everyone's digesting what happened. Okay, thank you. state lost the ability to fulfill its fundamental security and developmental functions. Yeah, I working out, getting healthy. My current battle is with coffee. I feel that what I know you guys don't care about me. It's not about me, this channel. But this is one of my last thing. I'm gonna do Psalms. Where are you, Psalm? I use them as onion. I call it like an onion gate. Okay, so it's like, if you get upset, I have certain habits. I've habits that, bad habits, like giving up. I've given up them over time. And what I do is I get worked up on my job, and basically I was feeling a lot happier when I was making better money, right? But when you're not making money, it's really hard. I put anyone to put the amount of that money. But so what I've figured out, this is my personal way, and I know no one cares. My personal way of staying, on the right side of God is I do it through gates. Okay, so the first gate is when I'm starting to get ticked off. I watch it. I'm careful. I try to be more mindful of myself. That's why praying is about being mindful of myself more. I swear. Start swearing when I get upset, right? And I got to be aware of that. So it happens, and they're like, okay, I'm allowing myself a few swears in there. That isn't working. Well, then it's like, of course, exercise is first. Exercise is first. Burn it out. That don't work, I swear. If that isn't working, like if it's days, right? Remember days, like have 3-4 days and you're worried, like, how am I going to pay my bill? I'm not getting any money coming in, right? And I get destroyed. Like, this isn't just here. Like, they've been attacking. I've been attacked on my going to jobs. They're like, well, we got an email from somebody. What do you mean you got an email? They're like, well, we don't want to say what? That's how big the attack levels are. It's huge. It's huge. So they're like, okay. So it's like, okay, smoking. I'll buy a pack of cigarettes, and I'll smoke those freaking. And I quit. I quit this like 4 years. I quit smoking, right? And I was like, all right, I'll smoke a pack of cigarettes, and oh my God, it's harsh. I did this like just fairly recently. I bought 2 packs, and if that's not working, which it actually did. I was smoking and feeling shitty about it because it gives me a headache, but it did bring it down, and then I have to like kind of requit. And if that doesn't work, my gate, well, then I'm going to go for a pint, and a walk is the best way for me. A pint and a walk, pint and a bar. I don't know. Bars to me, they're done. They used to be a place where like men and women, I guess, factory workers would go and shoot the shit. Now it's like 3-4 people in the bars, and it's like connected groups, parties. That's what bars have become around here, at least. And I'm like, maybe out in out in the touristy areas of Niagara Falls, like, yeah, but like the locally places, the average Joe used to just go for a couple pints after work and then go home. Well, that person doesn't go there anymore. Just times change, right? So I don't know, but a pint and a walk, and that's my gate. That's as far as I can go with the gates, right? And so there's 3 gates. Oh, and then cannabis, right? Cannabis gets mixed in there. But that's, to me, I believe this is how I maintained putting up with being demonetized, trolled, doxxed. I've been doxxed. And literally, you know what I mean? Like, fucking company was applying, these things happen. Like, oh my God, the doxed where I was applying? Like, holy crap. Well, how do you deal with it? There's ways of dealing with it. And prayer is the number one. Prayer, as I get better with my prayer, better at praying, these other ones I found I don't need them, which is awesome. I didn't expect that. I really didn't, but it's a fact. Yeah, Billy. Oh, you knew Billy Bishop? That's nice. Yeah, but that's cool. I'm not connected, and I don't like connected individuals, and I don't want anything to do with dealing. I'm just it's not me, and it never has been, and never have been. Okay, I'm gonna read Psalms, and this is the best thing. I love prayer, the Bible. Psalms is my favorite. It's my go-to. There's only one of us here, so hey. A Psalm of David when he fled from the face of Absalom, his son. Oh, O Lord, how many are my foes? How many up against me stand? Many say my soul no help in God for him at any hand. But thou, Lord, art my shield, my glory, and the uplifter of my head. With voice to God I called, who from his holy hill answered. I laid me down, I slept, I walked, for Jehovah did make me a bear. People that said against me, Lord, 10,000 of them I'll not fear. Arise, O Lord, save me, my God, for all mine enemies thou hast stroke upon thy cheekbone, and the teeth of thy ungodly thou hast broke. This and all such salvation belongeth to Jehovah. Thy blessing is, and let it be upon thine own people. Selah. Selah. I read it really crappy. I'm going to do it one more time. A Psalm of David when he fled from the face of Absalom his son. O Lord, how many are my foes? How many up against me stand? Many say to my soul, no help in God for him at any hand. But thou, Lord, art my shield, my glory, and the uplifter of my head. With voice to God I called, who from his holy land, holy hill, me answered. I laid me down, I slept, I walked, for Jehovah did me a bear. People that set against me round, 10,000 of them I'll not fear. Arise, O Lord, save me, my God, for all mine enemies thou hast stroke upon the cheekbone, and the teeth of ungodly thou hast broke. This and all such salvation belongeth unto Jehovah. Thy blessing is, and let it be upon thine own people. Selah. Yeah. I don't know about hurting people and wanting any of these things. I wouldn't, it's just not me. Don't invoke any of that to thine enemies. Thanks for watching.